RSA Pakistan is your lifeline in unexpected situations on the road. RSA is a one-of-its-kind roadside assistance service that provides you support anytime, anywhere in case your vehicle breaks down. RSA Pakistan offers 24/7 assistance in case of flat tire, vehicle out of fuel, battery replacement, jump start or recharging the car battery, car lockout, minor repairs and flatbed towing. तो गाड़ी चलाओ और बेफिक्र हो जाओ। RSA Pakistan is your lifeline in unexpected situations on the road. RSA is a one-of-its-kind roadside assistance service that provides you support anytime, anywhere in case your vehicle breaks down. All you need to do is download the RSA app from the Play Store, subscribe to the service, and click the Rescue Me button on RSA app, and our assistance team will reach you in no time. As soon as you press the Rescue Me button on the app, RSA representative will track your live location and you will receive a call from our agent. Our call center representative will do the initial investigation of the issue with the vehicle and will direct the relevant nearest support technician to reach you for immediate assistance. RSA Pakistan offers 24/7 assistance in case of flat tire, vehicle out of fuel, battery replacement, jump start or recharging the car battery, car lockout, minor repairs and flatbed towing.
As an entrepreneur, the thrill of making a difference is unmatchable. Our mantra is very simple. गाड़ी चलाओ और बेफिक्र हो जाओ।
RSA is committed to ensure that whenever a customer is in need, RSA is just a tap away. तो गाड़ी चलाओ और बेफिक्र हो जाओ।
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I would like to request you all to please be seated as we're about to begin. Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone, and welcome to the Pakistan Insurtech Summit. Today we unite to explore how innovation, technology and partnerships are shaping the future of Pakistan's insurance landscape. To begin this special day, let us start with the recitation of the Holy Quran, followed by the national anthem of Pakistan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم المقابر كلا سوف تعلمون ثم كلا سوف تعلمون كلا لو تعلمون علم اليقين لترون الجحيم ثم لترونها عين اليقين ثم لتسألن يومئذ عن النعيم.
I would request everybody to please stand for the national anthem. It is my pleasure to introduce the CEO of Pakistan FinTech Network, Mr. Fahad Sajjad, who will deliver the opening remarks and set the tone for today's discussion.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude to all the guest speakers, the chief guest, and the keynote speakers to taking out time from your busy schedules and join us here for this event and grace the value to our event. I would like to update because this particular speech was being delivered by Nadeem Hussain, who is the chairman of Pakistan FinTech Network. Most of you, as per the agenda, may be expecting him, but I cannot him and cannot be like him, but try to deliver something of my sort. So in continuation, I would say that there is a disparity find in the different verticals that with respect to the definition of fintech. So, but in Pakistan Fintech Network, we believe that Insurtech is a component or a subset of the fintech. And likewise, last year, we took this initiative and launched the membership vertical for the Insurtechs, and alhamdulillah, now we have around 7 insurance companies as our members. And we started off last year with a opening event for the first Insurtech conference. And the idea was to create the collaboration between the multiple verticals in the membership portfolio we have. So going forward, like we have EMIs, we have digital banks, we have PSP, PSOs, and we have enablers, and likewise we have the insurance companies. And we believe that it's a good platform where we can make the collaborations between all these organizations to make the Insurtech vertical grow. And we believe that we can, by doing this, we can make it a significant increase in the insurance penetration, which is certainly at low side at this point in time, and if we even compare with the outside world, so we are at the lower side. Although there are various challenges which are being faced, but we believe that all these can only be done when the customer-centric organizations who have the large customer base and the customer interaction, if those organizations can join hands with the insurance companies and the leading connecting companies to work together to give the easy access to the customers opting for the digital insurance. And this way we may lead. I will not take long because obviously we have number of gurus of the industry here sitting here with us, and I would like to give the floor to them because they are the ones who can really share the valuable information and how we can undergo into this transformation. So this is it from my side. The floor is open for the rest of the gurus to come in and give their thoughts. Thank you very much.
We are honored to welcome Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, Chairman of IAP and CEO of State Life Hussain, to deliver his keynote address highlighting his vision for the industry. Mr. Hussain brings over 20 years of global experience in leadership roles across leading insurance groups and consultancies in the UK, Asia, and beyond. Known for his dynamic approach and proactive approach, he has expertise in finance, risk, strategy, and governance with an impressive track record in strategic projects, mergers and acquisitions, financial audits, and regulatory engagement. Prior to joining State Life, he held a senior position at AIA Group, Milliman Prudential, Ernst Young HSBC, and holds an MSc in Actuarial Science from Cass Business School of London.
To put a bad time. Okay, Assalamualaikum ji, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I had my speech on my phone and it seems to be hung, so I'm going to speak extempore now. First and foremost, thank you so much for this opportunity to the FinTech Network for inviting me to speak. It's truly an honor. And it is an honor to have an opportunity in a few minutes to share thoughts with the leaders of the insurance industry and our dynamic leadership at the regulator as well. So the insurance industry, and before I move on, I must also say a huge congratulations to Jubilee and for the partnership with the FinTech Network and all the other insurers that have sponsored this event and made this gathering possible. So now insurance industry by its nature has been known as a traditional, it's viewed as a traditional archaic industry. You say the word insurance, and the image that crosses our minds is of an agent knocking on your door with a paper file looking to make a sale. Of course, And if I think about it broadly, in the financial industry world, insurance are the more unglamorous cousin. You know, compare the insurer with your investment banker. Insurers are the back office workers, the doers, and not usually seen as the hustlers in the front office. However, the advent of Insurtech is certainly here to disrupt that. And with disruption comes a lot of opportunities that must be embraced. When we speak of those opportunities, we're talking about data analytics, customer-centric sales services, efficient cost management, thorough risk management and risk profiling, which enables creating of product solutions that are tailored for our customers, and most importantly, collaborations across industry to create a 360-degree view of what our customers actually need. Where we are today, as you can imagine, we're far away from that. We must accept it. What those opportunities mean and what we can do with it. But it's a journey, and the exciting part of a journey is always about the mistakes that are made, the lessons that are learned, and experiments that must be had to understand what that evolution is and what the real solution for the particular market must be. It cannot be a copy-paste job, because every market is unique in its own right. Every customer is unique in their own right, and the solutions that we put forward must meet their needs. And with that, I would just like to share 3 experiences that I've had in my working life. If I go back nearly 20 years, back in 2006, when I was working with a large bank back in London, they created, and they had an insurance arm as well, when they created the first, even in the UK, the first digital sales channel for insurance. And it was a massive flop. It just did not work. This is back in 2006. It did not work in London. The reason it did not work, even digital banking was at its nascent stage back then. And it wasn't a solution that the market was ready for. The buzzword was there, digital sales, the talk was there, but the customer wasn't ready. But even more importantly, the reason it flopped or it failed at that time was because the back offices weren't integrated into the tech solutions. It was just the front face, and that cannot work. Similarly, you move forward 10 years. At this time, I was at a strategy consultant in the Southeast Asia region, and we were consulting with Monetary Authority of Singapore, which, by the way, is right now the leader in fintech and insurtech as far as Southeast Asia is concerned, and they've done a fantastic job. But back in 2006, 2007, even that region was at its nascent stage with fintech and insurtech. And us being consultants, the regulator, the larger companies, be it at summits like this, conferences, working groups, roundtables, they would invite us for us to come and tell them what Insurtech is. And the honest truth is that we did not know. And that's what we said. That's what we all said when we sat across the table, be it the regulator, monetary authority, be it ourselves as the expert consultants, quote unquote, or the large insurance groups, be it AIA, Tokio Marine, Prudential, whoever else, that we don't know what it is. But it's a journey and a path that we must take our first steps towards, because it is the future, and hence we did. The regulator made some amazing sandbox environments. We learned from it, we all learned from it, the entire region learned from it, and in fact, their leadership ensured that today, Singapore is the leader in fintech and insurtech, leaving Hong Kong and Japan far behind. But it started off with experimenting. It started off by saying, we don't know and we must learn. And that's the concept that we must adopt. Third experience I'd share is in Hong Kong. A fantastic collaboration between banks and insurance companies to create a 360-degree risk profiling of their customers, to ensure combined products that meet the need of that customer. Banks providing savings, investment growth, and insurers providing protection. each industry bringing onto the table what their expertise is. And we see that opportunity in Pakistan immensely today. One such example is the voluntary pension scheme. BPS, I know the regulator, Amir Saab, and under Akif Saab's leadership, is taking a very fantastic leadership role in it, in defining the regulations and where it should be. And so does the financial industry need to step up. You cannot have voluntary pension schemes, you cannot have pensions if longevity risk is not managed. And nobody can manage longevity risk other than an insurer, not an asset manager, not a banker. And hence, the collaboration must take place. And it's for the insurance industry and the banking industry and the asset management industry to collaborate together to come up with the solutions that this country and its people need. Where it takes us is rather straightforward. That we come together being, as an actuary. We've got Ali over here as an actuary, and I'm sure there are a few others here who are from that profession too. In a way, actuaries were the first big data analysts. So we know what it means. We were starting from 1900s onwards, we were the ones who sat down with massive commutation tables, computing statistical ensuring the adoption of technology, ensuring that we put forward the best solutions for protection for every Pakistani, be it micro or macro, be it health or life. And with that, I thank you all for your time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman of SECP, With a distinguished career at SECP since 2004, Mr. Saeed has played a pivotal role in regulatory reforms and enhancing corporate governance, improving transparency and investor protection. His leadership during significant initiatives, including the overhaul of securities laws in Pakistan and the merger of 3 exchanges, showcases his commitment to advancing the financial landscape. We are honored to have him share his insights during the summit. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Akif Saeed.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chief Executive of Pakistan FinTech Network, Fahad Saab, market participants, in particular Shoaib from State Life, Muhammad Ali from EFU, Khalid Saab from NACL, and other host of Badiuddin Akbar from CDC. I think it's we were having a launch of electronic mortgage registry yesterday. He was there. I walk in today, Badi Saab is sitting here. So my remarks was that any digital journey in the financial or non-banking in particular is incomplete without CDC. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I think I'll give a context to whatever I'm going to say. In my personal view, insurance industry, I view it as a triangle where the bottom 2 angles are risk management, and on the right, on the other side is the conduct aspect of it. Shoaib touched on the agents. We looked at it from as a regulator. One is the risk management, and another is the conduct. And on the top angle is the policyholders. And I believe technology is which links together, strings to all of them together, and it's in between the triangle itself plays. And what you're referring to in terms of back office, I'll only add one thing. It is not limited to individual insurance companies. I think it has to be looked at it from the sector point of view. There has to be exchange of information to the extent possible with confidentiality. There are a lot of use case and a benefit for the market from the policyholder and from the market point of view. I think that's only sort of addition I'll make to what Shoaib just said. Pleasure to be here and on the second Insurtech Summit hosted by Pakistan FinTech Network. I extend my warmest greeting to each of you who have gathered here today to deliberate upon the critical theme of transforming Pakistan's insurance landscape through the synergy of tech, partnership, and policy. As you may be aware, SECP is a strong proponent of digitalization. Something from my own personal point of view, it's a legacy of work started by my president, Chairman, ex-Chairman Amir Ali Khan, President Commissioner, and I'm only taking it forward. It's a journey which will continue in the future also. It's the fact that leveraging the embedding technology is only way forward in the financial services segment. Those who do not adapt to the time, risk being irrelevant, is fast-paced world we live in. We have witnessed the power of technology holds transformation powers to how we conduct business, make payments, acquire products, services, and overall interact with one another. In the context of developing countries like Pakistan, it holds immense potential for outreach and supply of financial services across the country, serving as a tool to spread financial inclusion to grassroots level, empowering the public to access banking, saving, and insurance solutions, irrespective of geographic limitations. This is the very reason that SECP has recently launched a thorough report on digitalization status of the insurance sector. The stage 1 of the report, mapping the existing digital infrastructure of insurance, is an eye-opener for the industry, as it pertains to rather a dismal situation, stating that 1% of the total premium comes from the digital means, despite advancement in overall digital infrastructure. With the ever-expanding telecommunication services reaching to almost 130 million smartphones users and 110 million internet subscribers, clearly presents a strong case that the market is ripe for the digital transition. Other sectors are already leveraging these numbers in quite an effective way. For instance, the size of e-commerce in the country is about $5.2 billion. Then why can't the same happen for insurance? The report also covers the initiative by SECP to facilitate and promote digitalization in the insurance sector. I would like to briefly touch upon some of these reforms, which include, number one of the key pillars of the 5-year strategic plan is innovation, digitalization, and access to data. For me personally, I think access to data is critical, intra and inter market players. Inclusion of digital insurance ideas into 3 cohorts of SECP regulatory sandbox. First, digital takaful parametric insurance by Salam Takaful, Pay How You Drive Insurance Bazaar, and Pay As Your Driver Salam Takaful. Launch of dedicated insurance repository, centralized information sharing solution for the industry, centralized insurance repository and auto insurance repository. Introduction of licensing regime for digital-only insurance. By reducing entry in terms of minimum paid-up capital and solvency requirements of 100 million for non-life digital-only insurance and 250 million for life digital-only insurer. Issuance of regulatory requirements for facilitating life insurance for the sale of life insurance saving products through technology-based distribution channels. Ladies and gentlemen, we at the SECP fully understand that a holistic and robust approach is essential to achieve meaningful digital transformation within Pakistan's insurance sector. To address this, we are developing a comprehensive digital insurance infrastructure, a key milestone in our strategic roadmap. This initiative, as outlined in the second phase of our report, has been made possible through collaboration with UNDP. Our proposals include establishing a platform for reinsurance and co-insurance payment and settlements. And I think that is something which is already happening in the capital market in one form or another at NCCPL level. I think it's a matter of just replicating it for the insurance. Creating a dedicated health clearing portal, expanding the capabilities and the scope of current repositories, and advancing a system where end-to-end digitalization is fully realized. Together, these efforts aim to foster an efficient, transparent, and inclusive insurance sector, bringing substantial long-term benefits to all stakeholders, yet regulatory support is just one pillar in this transformation. For true and sustained growth in Insurtech, it is essential that every stakeholder adopts a proactive approach, moving beyond incremental changes to embrace a full-scale digital evolution. As a regulator, we stand ready to support and facilitate this journey and rely on the able and timely support from all stakeholders, the innovators, the insurers, and the investors. It is our collective effort that will drive true impact of these reforms. For Pakistan to lead in Insurtech, we cannot afford the slow pace of accepting one change at a time, but a leap towards geometric progression is the need of the hour. We envision a sector where technology integrates deeply across all facets of the insurance processes, from underwriting to claim management, from policy execution to risk management or assessment. Technology must become the backbone of every activity in the insurance ecosystem. In closing, I want to assure you that SECP is fully committed to supporting innovation and digital transformation, not only as a regulator, but as a facilitator, ready to walk alongside with you in this journey. I believe today's discussions and collaborative insights will set a clear path for the future of digital insurance in Pakistan, unlocking the immense potential Insurtech holds for all stakeholders. Thank you, and I extend best wishes and for the successful and enriching exchange of knowledge throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed, for your inspiring words. We all as an industry need to band together to improve the financial inclusion and enhance the insurance penetration in our country. We will now take a tea break of 30 minutes. Please take this time to not only refresh yourselves and mingle amongst yourselves, but please do visit the amazing exhibits put up by our sponsors and our partners. Thank you. some of the amazing exhibits at the back of the room. If anyone is interested in winning a smoothie or some fantastic prizes, they can visit the IGI Life Vitality exhibit, jump on their smoothie cycle, or climb onto the human hamster wheel. There's something for everyone. And if anyone is interested in getting their health check done, please visit one of the digital clinics by Easy Shiva at the Jubilee exhibit. You can find out your BMI, get your ECG checked, and even test your cholesterol and your height. Ladies and gentlemen, we request everybody to please head back to their seats as we will be starting soon. Our next session. I would like everybody to please be seated. We are about to begin with our next presentation. Assalamu alaikum everyone and welcome back. I hope everybody had a very refreshing tea break. I hope you all also had the opportunity to go visit the amazing exhibits that we have on display over here. In case that you have not, there's multiple opportunities throughout the day to go visit these exhibits. I would request everybody to now join us for an insightful presentation by Mr. Syed Ali Nasir, Chief Shaping the Future of Innovation. With over 20 years of experience in leading transformation projects with tech and fintech sector, Mr. Ali will share his valuable insights into driving innovation in the insurance industry. This is a fantastic opportunity to gain a new perspective that could shape our future. Let us all please extend a warm welcome to Mr. Syed Ali Nasir.
For a second, I saw that photograph and I thought you thought Abhi Kichi hai. I think the only difference is I'm now sporting a mustache, so that's proof that that's an old photograph. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Let me be a little frank and say I know nothing about insurance. It's a bit embarrassing and intimidating to admit to this august audience that as a reasonably aware, reasonably educated, financially somewhat stable individual, I have never ever bought insurance in Pakistan other than auto insurance. And my question to you all this morning is, why is that the case? Why have you not been able to get to me? Okay. With that, let me start by saying that imagine a world where insurance is not a safety net, but a proactive partner in our lives. A world where technology anticipates our needs, mitigates risks before they occur, and provides personalized solutions at our fingertips. But wait, why do you need to imagine? That world is here. So the question is, why have we not been able to tap this to do what you guys do? I think we, and Shoaib Saab earlier in the morning mentioned some of the gaps or some of the areas where the industry has probably underperformed. So I'm going to focus on the solutions rather than, as I said, I have very little expertise in insurance, far for me to kind of say, this is what is wrong. But I'll tell you what can be done right. I think it's well known that insurance has been for decades the cornerstone of economic stability and personal security. Yet, it is perceived, and rightly so, as slow to change and resistant to innovation today. However, today we're witnessing a seismic shift, the advent of Insurtech and the subject of today's conference, where insurance meets technology. And it's reshaping the landscape like never before. I come from a sector that thrives on and probably knows a thing or two about two areas, which is connectivity and data. So I'm going to use a lot of the connectivity and data knowledge that we have learned at Jazz over the years to talk about why we feel that is integral to the new shape and the new era that the insurance industry can and should take. But I think I want to start off by saying that the heart of any solution today for insurance and for the years ahead is customer experience. Today's consumers demand more than just policies. They seek personalized, seamless, and efficient services. Insurtech enables us to meet those expectations through innovations such as AI, blockchain, machine learning, etc. And these allow us to make tailored policies with predictive analytics and instant claims processing, and I'll talk more about that in a bit, enhancing customer satisfaction and loyalty. Today's world, I have a 24-year-old and a 20-year-old, and I can tell you they are very, very confident on doing financial transactions online or on their phones. This is the cohort that we need to target. Modern, young, digitally savvy, and able to do financial transactions expertly on the net, on their phones, on the web, on their apps. And we have plenty of those in Pakistan. As an oft-quoted figure, 64% of Pakistanis are under the age of 30 and they're tech savvy. I think the other thing is that due to the democratization of information and access to online expertise, case in point, when I was asked by Fahad Saab to speak, I went to ChatGPT and said, write me a speech for a keynote address to an Insurtech conference. I didn't use all of it, but some of it. But the point is that the access to information now makes expertise very easily available. And those days where insurance companies had a policy and you had the best sales agent in the world and he or she would go and charm their way into an office and sell insurance, I believe is long gone. Today, and I'll give you a personal anecdote, I moved to Hong Kong in 2009 and I had to buy auto insurance because it's mandatory. And I went on the web and said, how do I buy auto insurance? And I got the procedure, here's the authority, here's what you do, here's how you apply, here's the application form. I said, okay. Then I said, went to Google again and said, best auto insurance companies for expats in Hong Kong. And I got a list of 5, 6 companies. Within 15 minutes of that query, I had actually bought my insurance, car insurance, for the year. The company was called Ping An Insurance. Everything was online. I never once visited an office. I never once talked to a sales agent. And I gave them a decent amount of money. Hong Kong insurance is not cheap, I can assure you. So, data is the new oil. And in the insurance sector, it is a gold mine waiting to be tapped. We run one of the largest data lakes in the country at Jazz, and I can tell you it wasn't until about 5, 6 years ago that we realized the power of that data. And we've since been using that to improve our products and services. And I think some of you are aware that we've just launched an online portal called Fikr Free a couple of weeks ago. And that will be our first foray into Insurtech. And we would love to partner with all the insurance companies present in this room because we believe that that is going to start a new era in Insurtech in Pakistan. I want to mention we have Amir Saab from the regulator here, and I want to mention something that we are very, very sensitive to at Jazz, is that with great data comes great responsibility. Ensuring the privacy and the security of our consumer data is paramount. Insurers must adopt very robust cybersecurity measures and adhere to stringent data protection regulations to safeguard their sensitive information. I think it's fair to say that trust is one of the basic foundations of the insurance business. And in an Insurtech world, protecting consumer data is going to be an integral part. I'm going to close the speech by saying, I know Shoaib Saab mentioned that the agent has been sort of the perennial presence in the insurance world and will continue to be so. I think that is the case. Nobody's going to take the agent out. And rather than artificial intelligence, there'll be augmented intelligence, where the agent, while he or she is having this conversation with a prospective customer, will have a handheld computer or a phone and will be able to have and carry forward that conversation in real time based on that consumer's preferences rather than just charming them with their expertise and their skill. But I think post-COVID, a new world has come up. And this is, as we know, this world of Insurtech and digital platforms. I'm going to leave you with 5 thoughts that I think are going to shape the future of the insurance and the Insurtech industries in Pakistan. And again, I am not an expert. I am someone who has looked at very briefly to see, back to the point where I started, the question I asked was to myself, why hasn't somebody like me bought insurance in Pakistan? And I've kind of narrowed it down to what I believe are 5 things or trends that we need to watch out for. 3 of them are related to the demand side, what do we need to do on the consumer end, and 2 of them are supply side, which is really up to the people in this room to deliver. I think the first one in the demand side is going to be that we need to build on the principle of just-in-time insurance. We need to provide bespoke services to customers when they need it. Clients often ask today, why do I buy an annual insurance policy when all I need is coverage for 4 hours when I'm on the motorway? I'll give you an example of this embedded insurance. If you are a Jazz Cash customer today and you cross the toll plaza in either Islamabad or Lahore, you get an immediate ping on your phone saying that you can buy 50 rupees worth of insurance that will give you peace of mind for the journey, whether, God forbid, there's an accident or your tire punctures or the car breaks down. That's almost a no-brainer decision for that individual. Whereas if you ask them to go buy auto or life insurance for a year, it'll probably take a very long time, and it's very inefficient. So I think that is one of the trends that the demand side needs to be created on the demand side. Another thing is that insurance is often considered an if product that often lacks the charm for the new consumer groups that I talked about, which is largely driven by the when I need, the instant gratification. Anyone who's young children knows that they need it right here, right now. They ask the question, why own a car when you can hail a ride? Or why tie yourself in full-time employment when you can make a lot of dollars doing gigs as freelancers? On-demand insurance addresses one big risk problem at a time and unlocks a potential of serving millions of customers or clients that currently the industry is not hitting. And I think finally the emergence of digital platforms is going to disrupt and impact how we do distribution in insurance. As you all well know, the real story with the insurance happens when the policy is sold. But again, answer me this, or ask yourself this the question. If I can order an insurance instantly, why do I need to spend hours and days and weeks trying to process a claim? I would want that done instantly as well. On the supply side, I think 2 very obvious areas for improvement and ripe for disruption is that insurance now needs to be viewed as a utility solving a certain problem for its buyers. It cannot be treated as an artifact or of a lifestyle anymore, but a tool offering bite-sized solutions to real problems. This change in mindset should help insurers reposition themselves and their products and ditch that very infamous insurance cliche, always sold, never bought. I think this has to be changed. A true digital delivery has also got enormous benefits for the insurance industry in terms of product profitability and sustainability. We know that traditionally a sizable chunk of premium goes towards administration and distribution expenses, leaving a much smaller part for the paying of claims. A digitally executed proposition helps reduce this operational expenses and creates a bigger pool for claims to be honored, and that will certainly make your clients and customers very happy. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to the Pakistan Microfinance Network, and thank you all for listening to me. As I said, my position is not to preach to you about insurance. I have no clue. But as someone who's now a student of insurance, or has been forced to become a student of insurance since we launched that business, I personally believe that this industry is ripe for disruption. But that should not be taken as in an adversarial proposition. I think the people, the professionals, the innovators, the leaders of the industry that are available in this room are exactly the people who are going to bring this change about. So let's embrace this change and let's make sure that those historically low penetration rates that we've always talked about in Pakistan is a challenge, but we believe that now with Insurtech, it is a tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, for your inspiring words. I would actually request you to please come back on stage, as we would like to present you with the shield. For this honor, we request the Commissioner of SECP, Mr. Amir Khan, to please present Mr. Ali with the shield. Thank you, Mr. Amir, and thank you, Mr. Ali. We will now begin with our first panel discussion, which will explore how partnership, intermediaries, and Insurtech innovation can broaden the insurance access across Pakistan. Moderating this conversation will be Ms. Sidra Iqbal, who will lead our distinguished panelists through the essential topic. Thank you, Ms. Sidra. We are honored to have you amongst us. I will now introduce our distinguished panelists for this panel discussion. Mr. Muhammad Ali Ahmed, MD and CEO of EFU Life Assurance, bringing nearly 3 decades of experience in the life insurance industry and expertise in product innovation and digital distribution. Mr. Ali Nadeem, CEO of IGI Life Insurance, a leader in driving growth and strategic initiatives with the insurance sector. Mr. Shamir Nadeem, Head of Product at Easy Pesa, known for his extensive experience in consumer digital products and innovation in fintech. Ms. Sophia Bibi, Management Executive at SECP, a passionate advocate for financial inclusion and insurance penetration, leveraging technology and enhancing the insurance ecosystem. Mr. Abid Kamar, Director of Agriculture, Credit and Financial Inclusion at SBP, recognized for his role in advancing financial inclusion initiatives. Mr. Khavar Khalid Ansari, CEO of BOP Exchange, a visionary leader in transforming financial services and enhancing client-centric solutions.
Well,
thank you all. We look forward to your insights.
Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, Khavar Saab will be unable to join us this morning. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic room full of people who are keen about insurance and how Insurtech can make a difference. I'm very strategically dressed in purple because right before this conference, I was at a special marathon transmission for for the US elections. No brownie points for winning, for guessing who's going to be winning today, but it's quite a neck to neck with the exact polls suggesting it may be Trump. I'm not even going to go as far as asking you how will that affect our products and will that have an impact on the way you do business. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about insurance, and I was given this wonderful topic of driving insurance penetration in Pakistan with Insurtech, banks and fintechs and partnerships, it almost felt like a wish list. I mean, we have great minds here gathered under this roof who do this for a living. They're subject experts. So let's gather all the stakeholders here on stage and learn from them some key areas that Ali was kind enough to already allude on, and that's the perfect segueing into this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the barriers of growth. Anyone who's grown up in the 90s in Pakistan would remember the very famous line, "Eh Khuda mere Abbu salamat rahe." No hard sell, but it had capsulated the Pakistani imagination that this is exactly what insurance does. It prepares you for a rainy day. It prepares you for a calamity. And while you may be, wishing and praying that nothing ever goes wrong, but you'd love to be prepared. And that's exactly what the call of action today is. But very rightly pointed out by Ali, it's still in that nascent stage of sold, not bought. How do we change the dynamics? And what exactly do the people want? Who exactly is the person deciding whether a household or an asset requires to be insured? These are some of the dwellings that I'd like to begin with. If I may take this one to Ali. Thank you, Ali, for being here. All of you. I mean, I'm sorry you have a namesake here, but this one will be for Ali Ahmed to begin with. What are some of the key barriers to growth? I feel that we have become so savvy. There's so many financial products that people would like to now engage with. We're talking new money, we're talking crypto, we're talking different kinds of investments. Yes, still again, the biggest insurance for Pakistani people still happens to be a plot of land or a nice jewelry made of gold. But are we really changing perspectives? Ali Ahmed, if I may request you to. Yeah, I was, if I may request you to take this one, and I'm going to take another one to Ali.
Sure.
Ali Nadeem.
So a bit of confusion there. No, Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you to the PFN for having this event consecutively in the second year. I was part of the first event as well, which happened last year. It was a much smaller room, very few in the audience, but I think over the year, the last 1 year, PFN has really grown in terms of its membership. And the panel outside has, I think, about 15, 20 at least logos there. So 7 insurance companies have become members as well. So I think it's a great platform for us to come here and just, in a way, brainstorm also, in a way, share our thoughts as well, co-learn as well from each other. Because this platform is about not just the insurance industry, but there are, the telcos are here, the other insurtechs are here. The barriers to insurance, I think, since the first speech in the morning, we've been touching upon it. And those barriers haven't really, I would say, changed over the years. I've been part of the industry for quite some time now, and I can see that those barriers are still there, but the intensity or the extent of those barriers, that I think is being diluted over a period of time. Now, what's really happening is that when we start with something like lack of awareness regarding insurance. We've been saying that for quite some time now. The entire insurance industry has made efforts in terms of marketing campaigns, in terms of awareness campaigns over the years, and I do believe that has made an impact. Today, when our distribution channels reach out to potential customers, we are able to see that they are better informed, not necessarily on insurance, but they're better informed generally about, I would say, financial planning.
Right.
So other sectors which complement insurance, like let's say banking, for example, asset management, the exposure of customers have been to these sectors, and in a way, they are more aware in terms of what they want. But then it comes about whether they feel they want insurance cover. Banking is a need, for example. Having a mobile number is a need. You need these things to actually survive in your everyday life. But the understanding that insurance actually is part of that list It needs to be, if not in the top 3, I would say the top 5 priority list that one should have in their life. I think that's where the industry is still working on.
So it's very interesting. You want to make it more like a necessity.
Absolutely.
And when you have such a big ask, I can even as a layman think of many barriers to entry. Ali Nadeem, if I may bring this one to you. If we say 70% of Pakistan's population comprises of young people, what is the young people's perception about insurance? Do they feel it's a necessity, it's an add-on, it's a luxury? What's the perception game like?
I think, when we talk about, young people about insurance, I think I'm going to start with, they're not aware. It's not the first thing that comes to their mind when it comes to financial planning. And I think the fact that, that awareness is not there. So, we're thinking about, do we have the right, even infrastructure in place to create that awareness? Or, you talk about these young people, in today's world, when you talk about things being so instant, claims, I think, is a big area where, people actually experience insurance, because insurance at the end of the day, it's really like a legal document covering you for a certain period of time. But claims is really, the time when you feel that you bought insurance and this is the time to experience it. And I think the infrastructure that we have today, there are a lot of things that we can do. For example, in life insurance, somebody dies and there is a huge list of documents that they have to get to us. For example, a physician statement, a claimant's form, a succession certificate. All of these things can be digitalized, and for example, somebody dies and then their family is seeking all these documents. A lot of this can be digitalized, and we have platforms like CBC, and there's a lot of work being done. But I think once you start putting in that infrastructure, once you're able to change that, that word of mouth, and that will only come through how people experience that, how fast that claim is paid, how smooth it was. I think it will completely change the way insurance is perceived in the country. I was looking at one of the SECP's reports. So last year, in 2022, the total claims paid were 276 billion, and in 2023, the total claims paid were 373 billion, which is a 35% increase. And yet, you go and speak with people, they still perceive that, it's a big ask completing these documents to get the claim process. So I think that that experience needs to improve drastically.
That pairing, when you speak about this, is how people first and foremost find it cumbersome to file for a claim, and then because this is a generation that believes in instant gratification, where tech has played a very important role when it comes to banking, cash flows, financial management, or mobile wallets. You do something, the account is quick to create, and then you can use it instantly as well. Insurance still happen to be a different ball game altogether. The perception is that it takes longer and it's cumbersome. Is that a barrier? Sophia, I want to bring this one to you. Unfortunately, my mic is this side, so I'll have to be in a very awkward angle asking you this question. Please tell me, what does the SSEP view as the biggest barrier for the insurance industry to grow and to flourish?
Thank you so much. And from SSCP's perspective, I would like to point out 3 barriers, to be honest. Like you asked for one, but I would be talking about 3. The first one is primarily the structure one, since the insurance industry as a whole, or the insurance sector is, it has a dispersed ownership among different ministries. There's Ministry of Finance, there's Ministry of Commerce, then there is Ministry of Climate Change, Ministry of Agriculture, Disaster Management. There are so many domains and so many ministries and stakeholders involved that there is not like actual true ownership of the insurance sector. And this is the very reason that the laws which are overseeing the insurance sector, whether that's insurance ordinance or the Motor Vehicles Act for the mandatory motor insurance, and the other Workers' Compensation Act, or the other laws which are for the compulsory group insurance, all these are not very advanced. We are still have a somewhat version of insurance ordinance which is derived from the an act from 1938. So I would say the structural barrier is one of the primary reasons for the low insurance penetration in the country. Now I would move to the second barrier, or you can say the contributor towards the low insurance penetration, and that I would say it's the perception of the insurance. And it again has like two components to it. The one being the reason where people believe that insurance is un-Islamic or non-compliant with Sharia, and that's why they don't buy it. And even among those who do not share this point of view, they see insurance as an expense and not as a necessity. As Ali Nasir rightly pointed out, that it is considered as a burdensome expense, and we are still not able to convince people that it's a necessity. It should be in the top 5, as Sir Ali rightly pointed out earlier, but it is not. So I think the perception of the insurance mainly contributes to the low insurance penetration. And the third reason is the way the embedded insurance is structured, whether it's banca, whether it's through telcos, whether it's through affinity platforms. We have not been able to create the true value and highlight the true value of the insurance for the customers, and for that the claim experience is the paramount factor, because when people are buying embedded insurance, they are not even aware that they have they have bought the insurance and they have the insurance coverage, and that can only be cured if we could create a meaningful, a seamless, and a very fast track claim experience. Once there is a claim experience, when people will understand, when people will benefit from the insurance, and they would know that they have a support from the insurance in the time of financial distress, only then we will be able to create a value for the insurance. And as for the perception thing, the poor perception which is contributing towards the low insurance penetration, I would want to mention here that to deal with this poor perception issue, the industry as a whole have to take the lead and create the awareness. I know there has been done some efforts by individual players, but we need is a industry-driven approach, and not just for the insurance, but for mainly Takaful. Why I'm saying that it has to start from Takaful, since the religious factor is very strong in the country, and people do believe that insurance is un-Islamic or non-Sharia compliant. So you have to start from the point where people are convinced that Takaful, through Takaful, it is Sharia compliant, it is an Islamic product, it is not against the religious values. And once you have created an understanding and awareness on what exactly Takaful is, what pain point it cures, how it can be beneficial at the time of financial distress, then you can prepare a ground for the conventional insurance as well.
Right.
So I believe that we have to start working from the perception issue and industry-driven approach, and particularly start from the Takaful.
So you've pointed out several perceptual barriers in what is of course the religious outlook to it, but more importantly what you've resonated, and all the other speakers have also resonated, is how people feel that it might be a painful experience. When you speak about the industry coming together, Shami, just a segue question on this before we move to creating more customer-centric products. Has We're back. Thank you. So my question would be, has individually the organizations or together as an industry, have you ever tried to create a survey, just like after every call center call, we get to review it, or if we hail a ride, we get to review it, whether we were satisfied with the service or not. So when the claimants come to you, has there been any industry effort to understand that how many of them actually assumed that this was a bad experience or a less than satisfactory experience? Any data on that?
First of all, thank you very much. Just to set a perspective, so Easy Paisa, today we are a complete digital product in ourselves. We have over 45 million customers. So आपने customer research की बात की. So there are some traditional ways through which, yes, through IVR, जो customer survey की जाती है, once you close the call. But more importantly, I just want to stress that क्योंकि we thrive and our business is on giving products on digital experiences, so हम लोग ने we have built certain products within our app which are segmented, and they send a survey to a consumer on the app itself. It's a segmented or a white label solution that we have, through which we are gathering information. And that's one of the things that we constantly use. The other thing is we are constantly measuring our NPS scores as well. That's something that's mandated from regulatory point of view, but from our perspective, that's something that we follow very strictly, and we utilize that to further improve our products.
Right. Any interesting insights that you may have received when you're trying to create a more customer-centric product? What are they asking for? Are women asking for more insurance? Is your plan for higher education for children more popular? Recently we've had the COVID scare. Is health insurance taken a leap in Pakistan? What are some of the consumer insights?
So, so most of our consumers, and this is something that we discuss with insurers on and off, is that traditionally जितने भी हमारे अभी जो insurance life और health के ऊपर mostly हैं जो हम लोग कह रहे थे share provide करें, but there are certain other use cases such as bill payments, such as the school fees, or offline payments जहाँ पे we are currently not integrated, but we need to create that context that when he's doing a transaction, at that point in time we provide him an embedded insurance experience. So in our view, I think अगर हम female की बात करें, we firmly believe that total population में से only 8% females हैं जिनके accounts हैं, and that's female is a very big segment that we foresee that they should be more engaged and should be brought up within the value chain.
Actually, when we were talking about it, I'm sure when we want to go at the the bottom of the pyramid where there's a lot of fortune to be explored, and you can really have some massive behavioral changes over there. I want to focus on that, and this one I want to bring to you back again, Ali Ahmed. मुझे ये बताएं कि when it comes to underserved communities and low income groups, they're already struggling to make ends meet, particularly because in the last 2 years, 3 years, we've had high inflation. People have been very, they've had a massive difficulty just getting their basic expenses met. So is insurance seeming more and more like out of reach, more like a luxury? Some people have also misconstrued it to be a form of savings/investments that are slightly safer than the other options. What's their perception?
So we need to look at the segments that the insurance industry serves. So we have what I would say when you talk about the pyramid, so the customers at the middle and the upward part of the pyramid, and then you have customers middle and the below part of the pyramid. So predominantly the industry over the last many years has been focusing on the upper tip of the pyramid, where you have the middle class and the upward segment. Savings definitely is one significant component of the retail products that we sell, and especially with the interest rates the way they've been over the last 2 years, all the insurance companies and their savings products have performed very, very well, with high interest rates as high as 22-23%. So the insurance customer who is in that segment of the product, sales have been made focusing on the savings element, and along with that the insurance protection, whether it's life insurance or health insurance, has been clubbed together. So that segment is what I would say is one part of the entire spectrum. The other side is that bottom part of the pyramid, where which comes under the broad ambit of what we call microinsurance, and more recently, along with the regulator, the industry has redefined it. So it's called microinsurance, but then we have a more inclusive term called inclusive insurance. And what we really mean is that insurance for everyone. So that can have your micro segment also, the underserved segment, the socio-economically, those segments which are at the bottom of the pyramid, but also what I would say an everyday Pakistani. Because when we talk about the low penetration rates, and since the morning we've spoken about it, the chairman SCCP also spoke about it, what can be done to actually improve that? Now, one side is that you try and bring in more Pakistanis into the insurance ambit by offering solutions which are, I think for me the key thing is relevance. When we are going out to a certain segment of customers, whatever we are offering, is that relevant to that segment? If it's relevant, that customer is going to actually buy the product and take your service. If it's not relevant, it's going to be the customer will feel it's being forced upon them.
Right.
What I've seen over the last 1 decade is this shift that's happening in the industry, where the products and services that we're offering, we are trying to make it more relevant to the various segments we're going into.
Right.
and the micro-insurance or the inclusive insurance segment is one of them.
May I probe you a little bit more and ask you, how are you making them relevant? Because when it comes to insurance, my understanding is that one is trying to mitigate a risk.
That's true.
So what is it that the people are finding here, and how is the product or the insurance offer relevant to them? Is it health, which is their greatest concern? Money and physical, financial well-being is important to them, or saving for a rainy day? How are you making it relevant?
That's true. So when we talk about relevance, we obviously need to understand the needs of each segment. And I think from my organization, and I can speak for the industry as well because we all work together on various initiatives, I think we all are trying to make a greater effort to understand the needs of each segment. Something that perhaps a few decades ago was not the case. To the extent that every insurance company, and when I talk about the life insurance sector, every company had one or two flagship products, and those would make up the bulk of our sales. And those products were designed in a generic way that they would fit into every segment that's available in the country. Now we are moving into a stage where we are saying that if there is a women-centric product, then we need to understand the needs of that segment. Are the females, whether they are working females or housewives, is their focus more on saving? Is it short-term saving? Are they looking at a longer term? Health needs is something you mentioned about. So female-specific health needs, are we covering through our products and services those needs?
Yes.
So now we are going into those segments. The more recent area of interest for some of us in the industry has been the well-being segment, the wellness segment, where we are looking at the lifestyle of individuals, we're looking at their health habits, we are looking at whether they're healthy or unhealthy, and we're trying to connect insurance into that process of their lives. This was something that was never done before. But now we're looking at these segments and we're saying, okay, this segment has that need, so we will create a product value proposition around that. And I can see greater effort in the industry happening in that area.
Absolutely.
On the micro and inclusive side, again, we are going to that segment which lacks financial literacy. And we need to be cognizant of the fact that if we are offering a product, I think as Sophia said, as part of an embedded journey of a customer who does not have financial literacy, then are we making enough effort to actually inform the customer that there is insurance in that product or service that he or she has bought, and actually it is being paid for by the customer? Do they really know that? So I can see greater effort happening on awareness creation for that segment also. But then moving beyond life and health, we look at things like livestock insurance, assets of individuals. We look at crop insurance. Now these are areas where the regulator is working on them, the industry has shown interest. A lot of work still needs to be done. But these are very immediate needs of Pakistan.
Absolutely.
Especially because we are one of the most vulnerable countries from a climate impact aspect. You know, we just contribute 1% to the damage to the climate.
A segue question, would you call smog a force majeure?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at it, you know, in the global context,
yes,
we say that we are one of the worst impacted, but our contribution is limited.
I mean, for the last couple of days, this is the reality we now have. Lahore happens to be topping the list and setting records, like unheard of apocalyptic records when it comes to smog and pollution. It's brought life to a standstill. A lot more people are in the hospitals. Work is affected, livelihood is affected, learning gaps are increasing. So all that requires, of course, some kind of a safety net. But coming back to, you know, what you've touched upon is amazingly about financial inclusion and having insurance for all, inclusive insurance. Abhisab, I want to bring this one to you. How can banking industry play a role in that? I mean, in the last decade or so, we've seen the banks actually reaching out, forming a collaboration with the traditional or, you know, with the known insurance companies, trying to offer you like a bundle. If your money is just lying in the bank, this was back in the day when the interest rates were not that great and you were not getting amazing returns. They said, why not invest in an insurance and let your money sit there, grow there, and also enjoy a life insurance? Is that still popular?
Yeah, I think first thing is when I was coming here, when I was invited for this program, I was just thinking that why I'm being invited, since I belong more to the banking side and not the insurance. So, but then I had a discussion with Farhan and he said, no, we have to talk about, this is the overall thing. And yes, I fully agree with him. Well, the key thing is, of course, these are the two parts of the financial sector, insurance and other services, and then the banking. I think over the last more than 2 decades, the overall transformation of the banking industry, particularly their digital journey. I think that can lend a big support to the insurance sector for their growth. Of course, when we talk about providing insurance services through digital means, that will also entail the digital transactions. So unless you have the means, you have those rails, so you might not be able to offer those kind of services. I think from Jazz Cash, our colleague, he said that they are offering an insurance service starting from Islamabad motorway, and you can have an insurance in rupees 50. The point is, how do you transfer those rupees 50? So when you are faced with that kind of payment, then you need those kind of solutions. So over the last 2.5, more than 2 decades, I think we have progressed in that direction. And overall, and then one more thing, State Bank has done not only for the overall infrastructure development in terms of bringing those regulatory changes which will actually help enable to develop the infrastructure and coming up with the right kind of institution which will facilitate not only the banking services but also the payment services. So they have done those regulatory changes. So if I just some of them, for example, in the 2000s, we introduced the branchless banking. So branchless banking now, when we have to transfer money, so people say, easy paisa kar do, Jazz Cash kar do. So how that has evolved. Of course, that was the foundation which was laid in the 2000s, and that has led to innovations in the payment systems, right? So, and now it is so easier for us to make the payments using these. Still, I would say we have a long way to go, but we have done that. So the insurance sector can take advantage of these kind of developments. We have seen that there has been some partnership of the insurance companies with the banks. There are some good experiences, some bad experiences, both. But I think the future lies in that the insurance companies need to partner with the banks to offer bundled services. Earlier we have seen, for example, bank assurance, right? So bank assurance was a product in which mostly the depositors, they were offered insurance policies, mostly the life insurance policies, but we didn't have the good experience when it was done through the banking sector. There are many reasons to that. I'll not get into that, but the point is, then we started improving that. Things have improved, but still I think there is a room that these services can be offered through with the help of the banks. And I think one more important thing is, so far our insurance is limited to life insurance, auto insurance, property insurance. So these are kind of like big ticket items which are insured, and not that the everyday life kinds of things which are insured. Of course, there must be some products already there, but this is not a household kind of thing that, okay, I can just, using my mobile, I can get an insurance for my mobile phone. Although insurance company might not like to insure mobile, given our situation in the country. Yeah. But the point is, yes, there is an opportunity, and this digital transformation has actually increased this opportunity, and using which I think both the insurance companies and the banks, they can come up with those kind of solutions and products which are actually needed, particularly for the common man. Common persons, they can offer those kind of services, and it will help to increase financial inclusion as well. I'll just briefly comment on that financial inclusion itself, and Ali also mentioned about financial literacy. I think that is one area where both these sectors have to work a lot. Not only to improve financial literacy and to improve financial inclusion, like State Bank has done its efforts by introducing National Financial Inclusion Strategy over the years, and I can say that with the help of those kind of initiatives, we have been able to increase our financial inclusion measure in terms of the person having a bank account. So when we started the journey in the early 2000s, that was like 17% of the adult population having a bank account. Then in 2015, we reached to like 50%. Today, we are like 64% of the adult population have unique bank accounts. Overall, our population is more than 240 million, and we have like 211 million accounts. And these include individual accounts, business accounts, mostly individual accounts. And out of that, 81% in the male population, they have a bank account, and 47% of the women adult, they have a bank account. The situation has improved, but still we have a long way to go. And in that, I think financial literacy is the key, awareness is the key. When people will have that, the people on the street will have that kind of awareness, only then I think we will also be able to flourish the use of these products.
Abhisar, just a quick segue question. Do you think the market and the people are ready for any kind of major innovation? For example, if one is to travel to Europe, a travel insurance is a must. In the recent years, post-COVID, we've seen a huge rise in the interest for people to visit the northern areas, both domestic travelers as well as the international travelers. And Pakistan has recently also launched a ease of acquiring visit visa. And there's so many countries, if you have their passport holders coming to any of the airports, they can have a visa on arrival. Can there be a built-in travel insurance? Do you think the market is ready for an intervention of that sort?
The good thing is that they've already started doing that. So people can have travel insurance and other things. But the point is, as Sophia mentioned earlier, that there is a reluctance. First thing is awareness. People, I think the majority of the population, they don't even understand what insurance is all about, right? So most of the time, as you earlier mentioned, Khuda mere Abbu salamat rahe. So this is something, insurance is something to deal with the death, right? So death of a person, right? And we don't want to think about it. Even if you say that I'm going to have an insurance so that you are not like troubled in the future, so they will say, no, we don't need that, right? So we have that kind of mindset still. That needs to be changed. I think, but we can't wait for that. So I think there are two ways. One is supply side actions can actually encourage people to demand those things and use those services. And then of course, from the demand side. The demand side will come only through awareness. And when that will happen, I think people will also, the supply side companies, they will also be encouraged that there is demand, so they will automatically work for that and offering those products. So I think, yes, there is a lot of opportunity, but we really need to work hard.
But when it comes to having an inclusive approach to insurance, regulators do have a very big and important role, especially when you're talking about low-income brackets, when you're talking about underserved. Sophia, I'd like to bring this one to you. I mean, the whole world is so focused on ESG, environment, sustainability, and governance. The well-being and the wellness of the factory workers, the blue-collar job is extremely important. Do you think SSCP can have a greater role in convincing businesses, both medium size and large size, to make sure that their workforce is insured and better taken care of?
In order to answer this question, I want to mention Pakistan does have compulsory group life insurance scheme.
Yes.
Under the 1968 law, industrial and the commercial entities law, if I'm correctly saying the name correctly. Under that law, it is compulsory that if an organization have, like in case of industrial organization, 50 employees, and in case of a commercial organization, 20 employees, they need to buy the insurance, like a compulsory group life insurance for their employees. But unfortunately, despite it being compulsory, and now after the 18th Amendment, the enforcement of the labor laws has been shifted to the provinces, and it's not a federal subject anymore. But it has been shifted to the provinces. Nonetheless, it is still compulsory, and we are working on a report right now. I do have some like statistics, but these are not defined ones. But as per our understanding, out of 80 million workforce, as per the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, Pakistan have some 80 million workforce, and out of which less than 15 million have insurance.
Wow.
Again, this is not refined, like, but
But
we are
very
in the process of
believable.
collecting data. So there is insurance. There are laws which state that people need to buy insurance for their employees, but the major issue is of the enforcement. And there is then another issue in these laws, since these laws are, as I said, moving from 1968, and there are some amendments, but not as much. So we are working on the process. We have presented the proposals. We have recently went to all 4 provinces. We have met their labor departments, and we have given them this proposal so that the number of the employees can be shifted from the 50 and it can be brought back to 20. And similarly, the sum covered, which is 2 lakh, 3 lakh, and then 4 lakh for the provinces for Balochistan, KP, and Punjab respectively. So we are working on increasing these limits. We are working on this thing that we could increase the number of the employees from 50 to 20. So laws are there. The problem is with enforcement. And having said that, nonetheless, employers can go ahead and buy, like insurance.
I
There
think
is
that's
no
where the
regulatory bar on it.
Yes, that's where the regulator, the community, the fraternity, and we as a society need to play our part. But I have a fun story to share with you before I take my next question to Shamir, which is going to be about leveraging data for better micro-insurance and for designing the right kind of product. So there was a friend of mine who was working on a similar program and product, and they had just rolled it out in Kenya. And they were in some far-flung area in the suburban areas, and they said they thought that they have an amazing product. For a very minimal amount, they were able to insure not just the head of the family, but his wife and 2 of their children. So they were having a community hall, town hall, and asking people for feedback as to how the product was being received. And one lady stood up, and she's like, "Aapki product ki wajah se hamare ghar mein phadda pad gaya." And they're like, "What went wrong?" And they realized that community, at an average, a person would have 2 wives and many children. So they did not know who is going to be the claimant. Can it be the wife and a child of a separate spouse, or how do you go about it? So that's the kind of disconnect and interesting insights that you would have. I mean, this was a product being designed in Europe not very cognizant of the culture over there. So data can be misleading, and at times coming up with the right product is the biggest challenge. Shamir, how do we tackle this by using using the data in the right way, coming up with micro insurance products that can reach far and wide?
I think so. First of all, data को leverage करते हुए, I truly believe that since we are directly facing the consumers, so we have plethora of information. The banks and the MFS have a lot of information about the data where they're spending. So to begin with, it's understanding the needs of the consumer and then coming up with a right product. So as I mentioned before, we need to extend the product that we are currently offering. Uske andar embedded insurance is a very good way through which we can utilize and basically sell the product to the right customer at the right time. The second thing is that we can utilize data to other than upselling, we can also utilize it to provide different services to our consumers. Jiske andar, for instance, we were just there's some advisory service which are AI based. Alipay, for instance, they have launched, whereby they take a certain information from the consumers, they see उनकी usage patterns क्या हैं, and then on the basis of that they provide a certain product to the consumer. And then at the same time data को देखते हुए, I think one of the things जो कि ज़्यादा lack करती है, that is the engagement. So एक customer जो है, he buys the insurance, but in the ratio of utilizing it is very low. So during the journey, I think there's certain value added information that can be provided to the consumers. Some of the initiative in the market that have been which is kind of telemedicine के around है, I think that's a great value that partners are providing. So other than just insurance, there's some value that the consumers are getting. I think we need to do some more on that. So, and lastly, I would just like to say कि data को अगर हम इस्तेमाल करें, so we can also utilize it for providing a better customer experience or providing a better customer communication to the users. So हमारे users, they come from different sects, and for them to understand the fine print, we need to be communicating to them in the right language. So अगर हम underserved की बात करें, अगर हम masses की बात करें, so not just English, there should be a variety of other languages through which we are able to communicate to the consumers.
That's very interesting, and I mean, it's good that you touched upon communication, and I want to come into the general narrative around claims because that's something we touched upon earlier in the conversation. There seems to be an expectations gap. I mean, what someone who's invested in an insurance plans expects once they are going to make a claim, and the procedures that follow. How can we make them more efficient? How can we make them more transparent? Ali Nadeem, if I may bring this one to you. How do we align the expectations that people have when it comes to going for a claim to an insurance company?
Yeah, so I think, this problem I think is quite persistent, and I think that actually starts from the point how that sale or how that product was actually sold. And I think that's where the real problem is कि सही तरीके से at the time of sale अगर आपने explain किया हो to the policy holder that this is going to be the journey, so I think that those expectations start getting aligned. I think I'll also come back to my earlier comment. You know, infrastructure. Just imagine a world where somebody wants to go and get their health insurance claim done, the reimbursement. So imagine a world where all hospitals are integrated with the insurance company, and whichever hospital they go to, it automatically comes to our system, and there's an AI-generated approval system also in play. So आप imagine करें कि जब आप इतना seamless कर देंगे किसी की journey को for a claim, so naturally acceptance and expectations align होना शुरू होगी. So I think that's where really our goal should be. Actually मैं I think पहले भी बात कर रहा था कि जो regulatory environment है, we need to have regulatory and digital infrastructure हमें इतना strong करना है to get that get to that seamless journey for our customers. So experiences जो है ना हमारे बेहतर होना शुरू हो.
But are there any opportunities in the alternative markets? Are there any segments which haven't previously been explored? You mentioned health for one reason. I remember Jubilee many years ago had launched a program for women who get diagnosed with cancer, and there's a cancer cover that they can have. If you look at the chronic diseases, Pakistan's numbers are deplorable. We're number one when it comes to diabetes, we're number one when it comes to hypertension. Do you think that gives us room to sort of go into that area where you're talking about an integration, but most people's experience is that they go to a hospital in an emergency, they probably need to spend money over there, and then if they have an insurance cover, they're usually told that you can claim it later, but right now you have to pay whatever you have to pay.
So I think I was having a chat with Nilofer shortly a year, and I think we were talking about that there is actually so much space for all insurance companies to actually go and play that role. And I think the numbers that Zofir has shared also, that 80 million approximately people that are working and only 15 million are insured, right? That naturally there's a huge gap that there are people actually making money and are not covered, either health, life, or whatever type of other insurances that you can offer them. So bilkul 100% right that there's actually a lot of room to go understand the market segments that are out there and their needs and come up with products across all ranges. I mean, starting from today agar main insurance dekhta hu, so it starts actually from what 2,000 rupees a year to millions of rupees if you are, a high net worth customer. So there's a huge range that is out there, and a market segment that can be tapped.
And this data, where is it pointing towards, and what are some of the places? I mean, I was also wondering, if you look at our insurance penetration in the Pakistani market, it happens to be one of the lowest in the region and across the world. I want to take this one to Sophia and to Abid Saab. Are there any international stories or stories in the region that Pakistan can learn from? Some strategies that others have successfully deployed, and perhaps we can replicate? Why don't you go first? Ladies first.
Thank you. In terms of this thing, that what are the international players doing and what SSCP can learn from them? For one thing, we came across this idea that certain regulators in some other jurisdictions have started a dedicated digital-only licensing regime to facilitate more players in the market. And following this observation, we also launched a licensing regime for the dedicated digital-only insurers back in 2022 with reduced barriers in terms of solvency and capital requirements, so that more players could come in. The second thing, which is very important, is that which Sir Ali rightly so pointed out, that we need to have a sort of health repository or any other platform where all the data is brought together at one point, so that from underwriting to pricing to claim process has to be end-to-end digitalized. And for that, like this is happening in many other jurisdictions, and Pakistan does understand there's a need for it in our country, and that is why we are working on creating a digital digital insurance infrastructure as a whole. And we have divided it into 3 steps. As a first step, we have published a report where we have mapped out that what is the current status, what are the companies doing, what are the initiatives by SSCP, what is the need to be done. And as a second step, we are right now working with UNDP, and we are trying to figure out that what are those data centers and data points. Like in case of health, there are hospitals, there are labs, there are so many other points. In case of agriculture, there are agriculture departments and weather departments, and for disaster, there are disaster authorities, and in case of compulsory group life insurance, there are labor departments. So we understand there are so many data points and there are so many stakeholders involved in this thing, and in order to create a seamless claim experience, we need to bring all these stakeholders in one entity. It could be one repository or one insurance information bureau, it could be multiple things, but we do understand that there is a need for that thing. We do understand that it is happening internationally and there is a need for it in Pakistan, and we are working on it.
Absolutely. Before I take Abid Saab's comment on it, I just want to segue this one to you, Ali Ahmed. Sophia has pointed out that there are multiple stakeholders in that entire process. So there'll be agents, there'll be brokers, there'll be fintechs, especially when you're trying to make the ecosystem more robust. How do we strengthen these alliances and the role of the intermediaries?
So if you look at the industry, what's been happening in the last few years, I think one of the themes that we've seen is the theme of alliances and partnerships. As an insurance company, we have a limited reach. So we can have our agents on the ground, what we call an insurance agent, insurance consultant, the feet on street. But it's a highly expensive structure to actually have in place. How do we reach out to, let's say, the entire Pakistan population? And that's where creating partnerships and alliances with those entities who actually have that outreach. So, Jazz, for example, has 100 million customers, subscribers, whether for their telco business, whether for their wallet business. The partnership of an insurance company with Jazz, we are a partner of Jazz, certainly gives us access to 100 million Pakistanis.
Yes.
The same thing happens when we partner with any other platform, whether it's a digital payment platform, let's say, where individuals are coming for some other service, and we are able to leverage on that platform to actually reach out. So for me, what's important is that B2B2C connection. So as a business, we go to another business, such as a telco, and that business actually goes to the consumer.
Okay.
So that middle B becomes very important for the insurance industry. Because if we go directly from B2C as a company, business company, to a consumer, I think that's an expensive way.
Your CAC goes up. The cost of acquiring a customer goes up.
We spoke about bank insurance.
Yeah.
The cost of the entire acquisition cost is quite high. But then when you have the middle B, the access to millions of people gives you scale and you're able to make it affordable. So I spoke about inclusive insurance, micro insurance. The reason why it is relatively affordable is that you have that middle B in place, which is able to give you that access.
And what is the preference over there? Because I remember Ali speaking about what he calls the augmented intelligence.
That's true.
Have we bypassed the human connection? Because a lot of times the brokers and the agents had a much more personalized, convincing relationship that people assume to be more transparent.
That's
Are people preferring to just rely on AI? Because they're worldwide, there are websites that allow you to compare insurance plans. And it's all AI generated. Are we moving towards that in Pakistan?
So the type of distribution channel that one ends up using also depends on the type of segment we're going into, the kind of product we're offering, and the kind of services we're offering. So coming to the agent side, I believe that the insurance agent is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. But the way an agent conducts itself, the agent interacts with the customer, the way it brings that personal feel is going to be augmented by the use of relevant technology.
Okay.
So that's one side of it. But then when we talk about reaching out to millions of Pakistanis, and that's where we will move the needle, the needle slightly in terms of penetration. That's where partnerships with telcos, mobile wallets, and other digital platforms creates that non-human interface. But then the question comes in that using technology, we're able to acquire customers, they come on board. How do you create the stickiness? When you have an agent on the ground and the agent meets you, 2 or 3 times a year, comes to you with a cake on your birthday, brings you a bouquet of flowers on your birthday, that agent does that personal touch.
On a lighter note, he's the only one who's happy that you're still alive, huh? And you have another birthday to celebrate.
But your digital platform would not do that for you.
Yes.
But then we need to find ways of how do we engage with that customer so that stickiness stays there. Can you add additional value, add features to that customer? In that for digital platforms, you've seen that these are usually shorter tenure products, focused on a certain need, whether it's health insurance, whether it is let's say, a utility bill insurance, was mentioned by Shamir. So the lifespan of a customer for such channels is shorter compared to the lifespan of a product that an agent would come and sell to you. It's a much longer tenure product. So in that shorter lifespan, that lifespan could be 1 week of insurance cover. We spoke about getting on the motorway, getting insurance activated, and exiting the motorway, and the insurance ends. So that's like 4 or 5 hours of journey of the customer. So you have that small journey, you have a week or journey, you have a month journey, you have a year journey. How do you engage with the customer to create that stickiness without a human element in the picture? That's where the technology comes in to offer value-added features, to offer advisory services where you can advise that the product you bought last month, based on, let's say, your telco usage behavior, you should upscale it because you are a high net worth customer for a telco. So if you bought a, let's say, 1,000 rupee, just for the sake of discussion, 1,000 rupee premium product, now the advisory service can recommend that why don't you go and upscale it to 1,500 rupees. So a non-human engagement is something that comes in this picture.
And who have you found to be most effective? I mean, this is so interesting. Let's build on a few industry insights. If one is to convince a woman to go for an insurance policy, who have you found to be the most effective one? AI, agent, and do you have, I'm very keen on understanding, do you have women brokers and agents, and what is their success rate like?
So coming to, let's say, women, female sales
customers,
sales agents on
sales
one side.
agents to begin with.
So in our company, the top sales agent for the year, for the last many years, has been a female.
Wow.
From Multan. Now that's an area which is a relatively conservative area, but an educated female has gone and made her mark in that area. Coming to the female customers, again it comes down to the need. Whether if it's a housewife, then you need to maybe offer a product which, let's say, as an example, mimics the committee aspect. So when females get together to save as in a committee, can you replicate an insurance product that mimics the behavior of a committee? So offers the saving component of a committee that women would do because they understand that better, but built in an insurance feature along into that structure. So that is something that I think has been piloted in the market, and success has been there. We are working with a prominent female-focused NGO, and we are scaling it up now. Because we said if we go and say that we are here to offer you insurance product, financial literacy is a barrier that comes in. Females, obviously, they do not have access to finances as such within a household, so that becomes a barrier. So we said, okay, why don't we go to a platform where females are already availing microfinance? So they have access to funds, and why don't we embed a committee type of a concept into the microfinance product where it's easier for them to understand. So we did a pilot, and it's being scaled up now, and that I think is going to be a significant innovation in the Pakistani market.
Right.
So when we talk about, again, coming to the earlier point, that understand the need of the segment, also understand how you want to communicate to that segment. We tend to use English as the main language in our communication, in our legal documents. Moving away from that, simplifying the jargon, because insurance is a complicated subject.
Yes.
Simplifying the conversation so that the target segment understands what you're offering to them.
Very true. And I think that has to do with the cultural nuances as well. Abid Saab, we've really taken the conversation way ahead, but I want to come back to you with one point. Pakistan has a roadmap now that by 2028, most of our banks are going to be the Islamic Sharia compliant financial models. What does that mean for the insurance industry?
I think that means that so far they are looking at the banks to make them Islamic, and the next would be the insurance companies. Like
Different timeline, or all has to be done by
I don't
2028?
think that they haven't given any timeline for the insurance sector, I believe. But maybe the next thought, because insurance has not like, its penetration is relatively low as compared to banking. So that's why attention is not being given much to the insurance sector. But of course, once the banks are done, or even in parallel, I think attention will be there. But apart from that, the court says, or the government says or not, but there is a lot of like, we all know, being the Islamic country, there is a preference for those products which are Sharia compliant. So insurance is also one of them, because most of the people think that since this is not Islamic, so that's why they don't go for that. So unless they have the awareness that yes, there are products available, and actually the whole menu of the Islamic insurance products, that also needs to be expanded, only then I think there will be a buy-in for the Islamic insurance products. But again, I would say that yes, I think there will be more attention on this area as well.
Abhisar, what is the risk appetite like of the regulator? Because we know that when Pakistan was going through that transition, you've mentioned how Easy Paisa and Jazz Cash are great examples of what, how we can reach out to people, the mobile wallets, people are adapting to change. But the regulator was very cautious. You didn't let the telcos have a walk to the park. You made sure that they had banks on their side. They were registered banks, just like we now have the Mobilink Bank backing up Jazz Cash. What's the appetite like for Insurtech?
I think I can only like draw some parallels. Most important thing in the transformation of the banking industry and provision of the services, the financial services by the banking industry is, I think, is this trust element, right? Trust element is the key. Unless you trust that what you are dealing with and what kind of products you are using, so you cannot go for that. Similarly, I think this thing can be, I can also say that easily that first thing is that the insurance industry, or through the Insurtech, you have to establish, or you have to earn credibility for that. So unless you have that, then you have problems. As I think Ali also mentioned, one of the major, I think, roadblocks, or that becomes a nuisance, is basically the sales of the insurance products. So because when the people are, when the sales agents are selling the insurance products, their promises are too high. Whereas when actually people experience when the insurance is needed, or when the realization is there, so then the problem comes in. And then you come to know that, okay, no, this is not what I was told for. So from there, I think this whole story starts. That is why there is less trust on this, these kind of products. So unless we have that, I think to move forward, we need to have work on this.
So that's a barrier, and that's an understanding gap that you've identified. But one wonders, when we are talking about untapped other market segments, what about the overseas Pakistanis? Pakistan anyways relies heavily on the remittances. We would like to strengthen that bond between Pakistanis who live abroad and the country very much. And understanding that they probably may be residing in the European country or the Americas, their understanding of insurance may be much higher. Ali Nadeem, I may want to bring this one to you. Can we tap into the overseas market better perhaps and get them to somehow offer them products? Are there any products being designed specifically for overseas Pakistanis?
So there was regulation around Roshan digital accounts, whereby there was, I think I sat with some of the banks to create that awareness for the overseas Pakistan. Unfortunately, not a lot of traction came from that initiative, but it turns out that even if you look at our sort of portfolio of the covered people, a lot of them actually are overseas Pakistanis, because they have bought insurance for some of their family members that are
Elderly
here,
people.
or some of them, because they're aware, they want to come and settle at the time of retirement, or at any point in time they feel that they may want to come back to Pakistan. So a lot of there's a significant portion of our business that comes from overseas Pakistanis, and so I mean, we can, I think I think Ali Saab mentioned earlier that earlier, unfortunately, all the insurance companies, they made these general sort of products and sold them. So those weren't really tailored for overseas. They were just very generic products, but bought by them, and so they are utilizing those products as well. So, but yeah, there's a lot of work that can be done around for overseas partners. I mean, especially people that have parents living here, they can buy insurance for their parents or their loved ones that are here.
Or perhaps the insurance companies could also innovate and have a caregiving component built into a health insurance that you have for the elderly parents. Because the pain point over there, as I would understand, is the overseas child or the ward worries about the parent but is unable to come in at times and would love to invest in a plan which not only covers them financially, but if physically somebody goes up and checks on them, etc. But these are all ideas, and I'm sure that we can find a lot of middle ground. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a big round of applause for my wonderful panel? I think this conversation was very insightful. I really enjoyed myself, and I'm sure this offered a lot of nuggets of information to you too. We have a little time for some interactive Q&A. So our ushers will be taking a mic around. Please, if you have a question, kindly raise your hand and introduce yourself and ask the question. I see a hand going up in the middle of the hall. If a mic could be taken there, please. So is there an usher over the mic? Jeet, please. If you can have one more usher, then they can be spread across the hall. But for now, the lady is heading to you. Ji, sir.
My name is Afan. I'm a journalist. My question to the whole panel is that कि last year भी हमने similar बातें की थी. मैंने last year भी यही सवाल किया था about financial literacy और awareness की यहाँ बहुत बात की गई है. मगर insurance companies में growth, incremental growth नज़र आ रही है हमें, and that's not exponential जितनी हमारी बड़ी market है, उतनी penetration होनी चाहिए. हम अभी देख रहे हैं रिसेंटली हमारे मुल्क में आजकल बहुत अवेयरनेस चल रही है गेमिंग इंजीनियर की, क्योंकि एक टीवी शो आया है वहाँ हीरो एक गेमिंग इंजीनियर का रोल प्ले कर रहा है. नए बच्चों से हम पूछ रहे तो वो कह रहे हैं हमें गेमिंग इंजीनियर बनना है. सिमिलरली हमें इंश्योरेंस में भी ऐसी कोई अवेयरनेस कैंपेन चलानी चाहिए या ऐसी फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी की अवेयरनेस बनानी चाहिए जो हमारे इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर का रोल प्ले करे, ताकि हमारे यहाँ ऐसे लोग नए स्टूडेंट्स हो, बच्चे हो, वो इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर में जाने का सोचे या इंश्योरेंस लेने का सोचे.
Okay, so you have a question that you would like the insurance industry to become a preferred employer. Is that what you're pointing to?
I would say that they want to spread financial awareness for insurance.
Okay.
Can
you please direct this question to one person in the panel? It would make it easier.
I would say Mohammad Ali Ahmed Saab.
You're the chosen one.
आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं. I would absolutely agree, and I think इसमें efforts on ground हो रही हैं, outreach efforts हो रही हैं, community based efforts हो रही हैं, because what at least my organization has realized is कि yes, we can spend millions on a television campaign, digital campaign, ठीक है, वहाँ पे एक certain segment of the Pakistani population आती है वहाँ पे, लेकिन एक awareness का एक और avenue है जहाँ पे you directly engage with the target population that you want to serve. और वहाँ पे microfinance की बात हुई, we very actively work with the Pakistan Microfinance Network also. तो उनके जो members हैं उनके साथ community outreach programs. अब शायद ये वो चीज़ें हैं जो आपको मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया पे नज़र नहीं आएंगी, लेकिन ये एक्टिविटीज़ ऑन ग्राउंड हो रही हैं. तो इसके थ्रू भी आप छोटे छोटे ग्रुप्स के अंदर अवेयरनेस क्रिएशन कर रहे हैं. हमने ये भी देखा है कि इंश्योरेंस को सिंप्लीफाई करने की ज़रूरत है. जैसे मैंने अभी भी कहा कि इट्स अ कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सब्जेक्ट, लेकिन जब तक आप उसको मास्टर्स के लिए सिंप्लीफाई नहीं करेंगे तो अवेयरनेस की कैंपेन की जितनी एफर्ट्स हैं वो सिर्फ आधी रह जाएंगी, बाकी आधी जो है वो वेस्टेज होगी उसमें. तो काम इसके ऊपर बिल्कुल हो रहा है. डिजिटल कैंपेन्स भी आपने देखी हैं, सेगमेंटेड कैंपेन्स भी आ रही हैं. हमें जो अब कस्टमर्स अप्रोच करते हैं या पोटेंशियल कस्टमर्स हु अप्रोच अस, जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा था कि वी फाइंड के दे आर बेटर अवेयर. मेरे ख्याल में सिर्फ यही एक फैक्टर अलोन इज़ वन स्टेप फॉरवर्ड. इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी अ लीप, इट्स गोइंग टू बी स्मॉल स्टेप्स फॉरवर्ड, क्योंकि हम देयर इज़ टू मच ग्राउंड टू कवर. उसको एक साथ कवर करना डिफिकल्ट होगा. लेकिन आई थिंक नाउ इट्स अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ ऑन ग्राउंड एंगेजमेंट, कम्युनिटी आउटरीच, डिजिटल मीडियम के ऊपर आप एक सर्टन अलग टाइप ऑफ पॉपुलेशन को कवर कर रहे हैं. अगर आप टीवी और मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया पे जाएंगे तो वहाँ पे आप ऑब्वियसली एक मास्टर्स पे जा रहे हैं. तो इट्स अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ दीज थिंग्स. बहुत सी चीज़ें ऑन ग्राउंड हो रही हैं इस वक्त, और एटलीस्ट एज अ कंपनी, एज अ इंडस्ट्री, वी डू सी कि इसका इम्पैक्ट जो है वो आ रहा है. छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स हैं, लेकिन नेक्स्ट ईयर जब आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आएंगे तो वी कैन से कि इस हमने और आगे ले लिया. तो डेफिनेटली.
थैंक यू.
Just not specific to insurance, but it is included in insurance is also a part of it. आप बेसिकली बात कर रहे हैं कि हम awareness जो है वो किस तरह से बताएं. अली ने जैसे कहा कि of course it's a very vast area. Awareness is not specific to हम कुछ लोगों की ट्रेनिंग कर दें इसमें हमने कोशिश भी की है। स्टेट बैंक ने ओवरऑल फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को इम्प्रूव करने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से कुछ एफर्ट्स की। पिछले 5 सालों में फॉर एग्जांपल लाइक हमने फिजिकल जो अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करने की कैंपेन्स की, तो उससे हम मैक्सिमम शायद 3 से 5 मिलियन लोगों को कुछ ट्रेनिंग्स दे सके, अवेयरनेस दे सके। अब हमारी जो कोशिश है वो ये है कि हम फाइनेंशियल अवेयरनेस जो है इसको हम करिकुलम का पार्ट बनाएं। अगर आप इस वक्त अगर आप देखेंगे कि बच्चों के स्कूल्स का, खास तौर पे हाई स्कूल्स का और कॉलेजेस के, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के जो करिकुलम है उसमें फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज की यूज़, उसके बारे में बहुत कम बात जो है वो होती है। कहीं एग्जाम्पल के तौर पर हो जाए तो हो जाए। अब हम जो हमारे जो नेशनल करिकुलम काउंसिल है उसके साथ मिलके और प्रोविंशियल जो बॉडीज़ हैं उनके साथ मिलके हमने उसके बाकायदा कुछ एग्रीमेंट्स वगैरह भी किए हैं और नेक्स्ट 5 ईयर्स में हमने उसे करिकुलम का पार्ट भी बनाना है। तो इस तरह से आई थिंक राइट फ्रॉम द वेरी अर्ली स्टेजेस अगर बच्चों में ये अवेयरनेस आएगी अबाउट ऑल द फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज और इंश्योरेंस उसका एक पार्ट होगी, तो आई थिंक दैट विल बी मोर इफेक्टिव एंड लॉन्ग लास्टिंग। ये भी एक इसका एक हिस्सा है।
I would just like to add, so I would just like to say, so other than things that our panelists mentioned, I think कुछ opportunities है that we have been discussing. I think there are some areas or verticals जहाँ untapped है. For instance, FMCG एक ऐसा एक vertical है जिस पे अभी तक embedded insurance implement नहीं हुई है. So अभी for instance रास्त P2M has been launched जिसके ज़रिए standardized QRs लगना शुरू हो गए हैं. So that's one vertical जहाँ पे एक embedded experience दिया जा सकता है to both the retailer as well as the consumers. Definitely, the more verticals that we implement after improving our customer experience, the more verticals we are in, it will increase the awareness of insurance in itself. The other thing is telcos, they have a very big agent network and we sell a lot of our products through those agent networks as well. उनकी access जो है, they are at Telenor we have over 180,000 agents. So and they are available in all Karyana stores. So that is one space जिसके ज़रिए insurance can also be sold, and definitely by doing that it will increase the awareness and जो हमारे local Karyane they'll become brand ambassadors for insurance. So I just wanted to add कि these are two things which are in इस पे काम हो रहा है, and inshallah next year you will see more efforts on this. Thank you.
But if I may just ask a quick question, so the same Karyana store is where a person goes for a claim as well?
So claim का experience we would like to keep it digital. अभी जितना भी हमारा जो experience हम लोग customer को दे रहे हैं, so we sell the product from there on a digital medium, and then we service him on the digital app as well. So that's where we are able to provide him a better customer experience.
So the point of sale and the point of getting your claim will be different. You can be in touch with digital, but that's where the gap lies. For a lot of people, that may be that's where the deal breaker thing happens, right?
जी, बिल्कुल.
ठीक है, जी. Any more questions in the audience? I see one right there. And can we just take one more question, then we can wrap it up? Okay. Last question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Vibullah Khilji. I'm from Safco Microfinance Company. So first of all, I must congratulate and thank all the panelists for insightful discussion. यहाँ पे बात हुई barriers की, मिस सोफिया ने और आबिद साहब ने भी जो है ना वो barriers की बात की है कि why people are reluctant to avail insurance services. So यहाँ पे मेरा क्वेश्चन मोहम्मद अली साहब से अगेन कि आपने जो है ना माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस और इंक्लूसिव इंश्योरेंस की बात की थी, तो इसमें जो रिलेक्टेंसी है वो जो है ना वो हमारी इंडस्ट्री की भी है, हमारे जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं वो भी बड़े रिलेक्टेंट है, वो चैलेंज जो है ना वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना चाह रहे कि इंक्लूसिव इंश्योरेंस माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस से. सो मैं एक सिंपल चैलेंज आपको एक एग्जांपल दूंगा. आप पैनल में थे पीएमएन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में, माइक्रो फाइनेंस कॉन्फ्रेंस में सजाशा के साथ, तो वहाँ पर यही बात हुई थी. हमने एक प्रोडक्ट जो है ना वो डिज़ाइन किया विद द सर्विसेज ऑफ माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस सेंटर विद एट मिलीमन. तो वो हमने टेंडर ऑफर की 8 कंपनीज़ को यहाँ पे, और उसको हमें 2 दफ़ा जो है ना वो डेडलाइन हमने एक्सटेंड करनी पड़ी कि हमें कहीं से जो है ना किसी कंपनी से जो है ना वो प्रपोजल ऑफर नहीं मिली. आफ्टर 2 मंथ्स जो हमने सिर्फ 4 कंपनी से ली, और वो भी लाइफ स्टॉक के लिए, क्रॉप की हमें अभी तक नहीं मिली. तो ये जो इंक्लूसिव इंश्योरेंस है इतना बड़ा पोटेंशियल है, तो ये इंडस्ट्री कैसे जो है ना वो उसको आप कैसे करेंगे, इसके लिए जो है ना वो इससे फ़ायदा उठाएं और इस पर जो है ना वो पार्टिसिपेट करें.
Thank you for your question, sir. Your response to this?
Sure. बिल्कुल इस पे हमारी डिस्कशन पिछली कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी हुई है. वो जो आपका टेंडर है वो मैंने भी देखा है, उसमें आई थिंक क्लाइमेट रिलेटेड, क्रॉप, लाइफ स्टॉक, इस तरह के फैक्टर्स भी उसके अंदर मौजूद हैं. यू टोटली राइट कि ये कुछ ऐसे रिस्क हैं जिस पे अभी भी इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री जो है वो फोर्थ कमिंग नहीं है टू कवर दीज रिस्क. इसलिए वी हैव सीन पायलट्स हैपनिंग इन द कंट्री. पायलट्स के रिजल्ट्स भी सामने आए हैं, कहीं पे दे हैव बीन फेवरेबल, कहीं पे लॉसेस भी आए हैं, लेकिन उन पायलट्स को अपस्केल करने की अभी तक भी इंडस्ट्री ने वो वाला स्टेप नहीं लिया. So I totally agree. आप जो माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस सेंटर के साथ भी काम कर रहे हैं, we have spoken to them as well. I think इसके अंदर again it comes to the leadership of the insurance industry. जो लीडिंग कंपनीज़ हैं जिनके पास फाइनेंशियल मसल भी है, जिनके पास एक्सपर्टीज़ भी है, कैपेसिटी भी है, अगर लॉस होता है फॉर अ लिमिटेड टाइम पीरियड तो उसको एब्जॉर्ब करने की कैपेसिटी भी है. आई थिंक वो जो लीडर्स हैं इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री के, दे आर द वंस हू नीड टू कम फॉरवर्ड. और स्पेशली अगर क्लाइमेट रिलेटेड हम एस्पेक्ट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, इट इज़ नॉट समथिंग जो इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक है, इट इज़ अ नेशनल कॉज, आई वुड पुट इट दैट वे, बिकॉज पहले हमने बात की पाकिस्तान के ऊपर जो इम्पैक्ट है क्लाइमेट इवेंट्स का बहुत ज़्यादा है. तो यहाँ पे अगेन I'm part of one of the largest organizations in the country. It's the leadership of the insurance industry that needs to come forward and say that they're willing to do a pilot, they're willing to experiment. आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि आपका टेंडर आपको 2-3 दफ़ा देना पड़ा क्योंकि उसमें इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं आ रहा था. Companies were not even willing to participate in that. But then that's where the top companies need to come forward. I do know that there's work being done. I think the medium-sized and the emerging companies, उन्होंने शायद ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट इसके अंदर शो किया है, लेकिन फिर उनकी जो कैपेसिटी लिमिटेशन आती है वो उनकी फाइनेंशियल मसल की कैपेसिटी लिमिटेशन भी आती है. So I totally agree. I think this is where the Pakistan Microfinance Network perhaps can get involved along with the industry to create that level of interest. और ये डेफिनेटली एक ऐसा एरिया जो एक मिस्ड अपॉर्चुनिटी है मेरे ख्याल में. हमारे इर्द गिर्द अगर हम देखें जो रीजनल मार्केट्स हैं उनके अंदर सक्सेस स्टोरीज मौजूद हैं इस तरह के इंश्योरेंस कवर की. सो आई थिंक वी कैन लर्न फ्रॉम दैट एंड वी कैन ऑब्वियसली स्टेप अप एज अ इंडस्ट्री टू प्रोवाइड दीज कवरेजेस. That's all I can say for now.
Thank you for that, Ali. And with this, we're going to wrap this up. Let's have a big round of applause for the panel.
Thank you to our panelists and our amazing moderator, Ms. Sidra. I would request the panel to remain on stage for pictures and the shields. In the back, to please be seated. For the award distribution, I request the
sit down. We know that obviously the crowd is more than the seats we have at this point in time, but for the next panel discussion, I would request to please concentrate on the discussion we are going to have, because the session is going to be in another interesting one. Thank you very much for the cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to announce that we will soon be commencing our closed roundtable discussion. I request the participants to remain seated. Our ushers will come and take you to the room. Thank you. We will soon be beginning our second panel discussion, where we will delve into the transformative role of technology and innovation in improving customer experience. Leading this session is our esteemed moderator, Mr. Sardar Abdu Bakar. Mr. Abu Bakar is the Vice President of New Business Development and FinTech Future at Jazz, a distinguished leader with over 20 years of experience in FinTech and digital banking. Our panelists comprised of Dr. Aftab Imam, Executive Director of IT Division of State Life Insurance Corporation, bringing nearly 34 years of experience in credit and corporate affairs. Dr. Sara Saeed Kuram, co-founder and CEO of Sehat Kahani. Imam. Mr. Fakhri Alam, Head of Tech and Insurance Product at WADA. Mr. Saroj Ahmed, CEO of Symmetry Group. Mr. Naufal Daud, Chief Digital Officer of Bank of Punjab. Apologies, Mr. Nofil is not able to join us. And finally, Ms. Neelafar Sohail, Deputy General Manager of EFU Life Insurance.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the Insurtech Summit. I know this is the second year running. Or the attendance is amazing. So I think Fahad, credit to you and your team for putting on a good show. Well done. Achha, technology or innovation ka topic hai and how it can improve customer experience. So we're going to try and keep this a little operational in terms of the real problems we see and the solutions that we have to the problems. Pehli baat karte hain, something that Ali also spoke about in his talk, about literacy. And digital literacy when it comes to understanding what is insurance, why do we need it, how can we obtain it, और उसका क्या फ़ायदा है? आज इस room में I just want a show of hands of how many people actually have subscribed to an insurance service जो आपके employer ने नहीं दी हुई, जो आपके employer ने नहीं दी हुई, उसमें से कितने लोगों ने कोई insurance service ली हुई है? I would think that it's probably less than 10% of the attendance. तो खुद ही हम कह रहे हैं कि जी हम बाकी को क्या समझाएंगे? This audience would probably be the first customer set that would actually be more suited to not only being uplifted in terms of awareness themselves, but also spreading that message across. So with that, I want to start with you, Dr. Sara. Where are you? Are you on the side? You've done an amazing job with Sehat Kahani. Now, health tech isn't an easy business, and especially getting people to subscribe to health services digitally. And ठीक है, tele doctors और बाकी services available होती हैं, but एक digital platform establish करना, उसमें एक trust का component है. Are there parallels that we can draw from your positive experiences in the health tech industry to when it comes to uplifting people and promoting literacy for insurance sector? How did you do it? And is there some advice that the insurance sector and we who want to grow insurance can take from your experience?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here, and such an honor to be a part of the conference. So Sehat Kahani is a digital health platform. We connect primarily women doctors to patients online, which is a big part of our ethos. However, I'm just going to talk about one of the products that we are very, very passionately working on since the last 4 years, which is our connection with health insurance companies to solve a very critical issue in health insurance or insurance itself, which is the issue of primary care. If you ask me, the real value that we provide, or any telehealth or teleinsurance provider provides, is that what does a health insurance provider or a health insurance company want? They want that the end consumer that is using the insurance is healthier, there is a minimal hospital stay, the patient does not need hospital admission at all at some instances, and the claim ratios are reduced over the year so that it helps them financially as well. When you introduce digital health solutions in primary care, it does all of those. Number one thing that we do is we connect the patients in primary care to online doctors, which is completely covered by your health insurance or your corporate. So for the end employee and family, this is a service that they can use 24/7 without leaving their office or their family space. So that's the first value add that we provide. The second value add is over the years, we have data of employees within organizations that may be high risk, that may need additional health, that may have additional health concerns that need to be addressed. And over time, we're building a population of data that can be used to address those concerns, which is more towards preventative care, which is actually giving an insight to the insurance company that this segment of your employee base suffers from, for example, mental health challenges or cardiovascular challenges or diabetic challenges. That data is very important to build on for preventative health care. The third thing that we're doing is we're creating a digital transparency in the system. So through a digital health provider like Sehat Kahani or others as well, you can disburse your claims, you can do cashless pharmacy. So we're solving the challenge of access, convenience, as well as digital transparency, both for the patient as well as for the provider. And fourth thing is that was discussed in the last session, in the last leg of the session that I want to touch on, is we also envision that a certain segment of population today, which is not covered by insurance, for example, parents, for example, out-of-hospital care, for example, special needs, can also be covered through digital healthcare and telemedicine, and using digital health technology to a level that can be covered by insurance. It makes financial sense for insurance to cover it as well. So that's in a nutshell of what we do with health insurance companies, and we have a lot of partners here today who have supported us. I think the parallels that you can draw and how we have increased over time is literally solving a key issue for a patient, that is the doctor that we're providing them good? Is the information that is being given to them as a primary or a preventative information good? Are we solving the issue of access, convenience, affordability for them? Are we making sure that a patient who's sitting in an office working 9 hours a day does not have to get out of their car and go to a hospital, take their wife or children? Their wife or children that might not have a car at home do not have to go to a hospital to get a checkup that can be easily done by home. So I think any trust in a relationship builds with good quality services. It builds by solving a key challenge. In our case, it's access, it's convenience, it's good quality improvement. And third, it is also a lot of convenience and instant accessibility. One of the things that works for Sehat Kahani is we have the ability to connect to a patient with a doctor in less than 60 seconds, which is a very, very used product. And you will not believe that majority of the people reach out to us at the hours in the night. So for example, if someone's daughter is sick at 3 in the morning, they will call us. If someone's wife is sick, they will call us at 4 a.m. in the morning. And those are the stories that really build our product. So I think every service, whether it's insurance or it's digital health or it's any kind of financial inclusion or digital inclusion product, needs to have that pain point solving factor ability for patients to use it. And whenever you've seen that happen, people use it and it grows.
I think thank you for that, Dr. Sara. So solving problems in a real way is important for trust. Just as a follow-up, and again, I just want to keep the audience engaged as well. अगर आपको कोई बात समझनी है, so for example, if you want to get to know more information about a product or service, do you tend to trust your bank, your telco? Would you trust your insurance company? I'm trying to get to the point, okay, how do you develop that awareness and that trust where someone can come in and say something to a consumer, और वो consumer कहे यार ये बात तो सही है, ये तो मुझे product or service लेनी चाहिए. In the experiences that I've had, and I'd love to get your view on it as a follow-up, Sara, that's where the partnerships become really important. हो सकता है in the first instance कि customer insurance company को ना जानता हो, लेकिन वो शायद अपने distribution company को या जो area का community provider है या अपने telco को बेहतर जानता हो. Opposite भी हो सकता है. In other parts, there could be a situation where the mass customers do not actually know their telco that well as they know their banking agent who comes or the RT who comes in a village. What's been your experience when it comes to creating that trust to unlock that awareness and understanding?
See, I think the first thing that has worked for us is continued messaging. So we initially start working with the health insurance companies, majority of them are here today. We start reaching out to corporates, their HR providers, but I think when the patient comes to our application for any sorts of services, for example, for telemedicine, for cashless pharmacy, then making the message very personal for them is very important. So we send a lot of retention notifications, email reminders. I think one thing that makes our process very comfortable for the patient is that after every consultation that a patient does, we give them a feedback call within 24 hours. So that's the quality of service that we ensure that even if you've missed a call or your consultation has not been good, we'll replace it, we'll call you back, we'll take your feedback, we'll improve it. So I think communication with the customer is very important. Yeah. Second thing that I just want to mention is also cover an MFI sector in Pakistan, where we give our services to microfinance institution loanees, which is generally a lower tier sector in the country, and one that is often thought that would not take our services or would not understand the value of a telemedicine application. I remember we launched with Akua last year, and within a day of launching, we had an 11 to 12 patient wait on one doctor that was available on the application. The only thing that worked there, and I'm using this as an example, is the loan manager who was selling Sehat Kahani's product had used it and was telling them from a personal experience how it has been beneficial to them. So I think at the very ground, if you're at a human level, stories sell. Products sell, but stories sell faster. If you have a personal experience, it will always make the experience of the second person better. And if I talk about the journey of Sehat Kahani, the biggest thing that is sold for Sehat Kahani or for our service in the years that we have grown is a positive word of mouth. Is people telling people I had a good experience, why don't you try it also? So an experience with those first 10, 20,000 customers is very important to get that story out that this is a credible service.
Makes no sense. Dr. Saab, I just want to come to you. When we talk about the larger insurance companies, of course, State Life is a big one there. हम बात करते हैं technology and innovation and improving customer experience through technology innovation. But that also requires certain tools. It requires systems. It requires the right people within the organization as well. We can talk about technology and innovation all that we want, but unless the right investment in capabilities is made, and the right tools is made, and that is mirrored with the product teams, you will not have a technology or innovation culture. जब आपका innovation culture नहीं है, तो आपका customer experience कैसा simplified हो सकता है? What has been your experience in terms of the problems State Life has been trying to solve when it comes to improving customer experience by leveraging technology, and what is the future you see in this?
You've hit the nail on its head. A very good question indeed. When I joined, it was like a year ago, I came to know that the IT system is based on COBOL, Oracle 7, and that it has to be migrated to Oracle 19CE, and there was dearth of tax professionals. So under the leadership, the direct leadership of Shoaib Saab, I would say, he had already started it, and he told me to take up the IT division. So I said, most certainly, I'm not an IT professional, but I can get things done. So, so right now, Slick has come a long way. We have hired IT professionals, 15 of them, and we have launched digital apps for customers, for agents, and we have a health app as well, which caters to the needs of our customers, our policyholders, and our agents on a real-time basis. Similarly, we redid our website on modern lines, and we partnered with A to Z company. And right now, it's an interactive website. It has got the customer service portal, it's got the agents portal, it's got the new customer portal, it's got the e-pay portal, and it's got the cash portal as well. And there, you just have to enter. I was very happy to know that when we entered the Shanati card number, the guy could tell whether he's insured or not with us or with somebody else, or he could tell that what policy he has and what is the status of the policy. So that was a sea change in the culture. And we also have a digital wallet in partnership with Jazz. And at the same time, we have made software for each and every division of us. We have piloted centralized digital underwriting. We have made software for actual calculations, which can take days. And now we are trying to bring all those softwares onto a single platform. And till such time as we get the core insurance solution, we are trying to build our homegrown core insurance solution.
Good luck to you on this transformation journey. It sounds very exciting and I'm sure it's challenging at the same time.
Yeah.
मैं साथ साथ I want to summarize some of the key points क्योंकि ताकि पैनल के बाद आइडिया हो कि एक हमारी लर्निंग जो डॉक्टर सारा ने कही वो ये कहा कि it probably makes sense to also sell insurance through parties, partners and companies that people trust. जिस तरह आज आप एक टेबल पे बैठे हैं या आप अपने घर में होते हैं या आप अपने फ्रेंड सर्कल में बात करेंगे तो आप अक्सर डिस्कस करेंगे यार ये बंदा 2 नंबर है, ये ठीक नहीं है, ये सही है, इसकी बात सुन लो, इसकी नहीं सुनना. If you can use the right influences, that will have an effect on the adoption, the understanding, and those then people who understand can help spread it. Dr. Aftab की बात से मुझे एक चीज़ याद आई. And he said that they've hired people from outside the insurance sector, from the IT domain in their businesses. I was attending a conference related to risk management. तो उसमें मैंने पूछा कि जो आपकी risk management teams हैं, उनमें से कितने accountants हैं? उनके सारे के सारे accountants हैं. एक accountant सारे accountants ही hire करता है risk management teams में. If we continue to do that in insurance sector, if we only hire people from within the sector, we will never bring the innovation that will bring an outside-in perspective to customer experience. And I think that's important for us as an industry. That brings me to Srosh, you bring a fresh outside-in perspective by delivering customer experiences, by providing IT solutions to the sector. अच्छा बहुत से आपके हो सकते हैं इसमें clients बैठे हुए अभी hall पे, तो इनको नहीं देखना आपने. जब आप इनके लिए customer experiences को design करते हैं, products बनाते हैं कि यार आप इस तरह के design रखें, इस तरह के solution develop करें. What has been your experience in terms of the problems we see, not with the insurance companies, but in terms of the customer journeys? And from your outside-in perspective of the sector, उसकी biggest opportunities आपको कहाँ नजर आती हैं?
Thank you, Abubakar, and thank you, FinTech Network, for this opportunity. Okay, so अच्छा मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरा बैंकिंग ग्राउंड भी है, 10 साल मैंने बैंकिंग की हुई है, तो मैं वो थोड़ा सा आपके साथ मैं शेयर करना चाहूँगा. जो मैंने फ़र्क देखा बैंकिंग में और इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, बैंकिंग बहुत तेज़ी से ट्रांसफॉर्म कर गया. इंश्योरेंस जो है अभी भी वी आर लेस देन 1% पेनिट्रेशन. जो ओवरऑल चेंज नज़र आया बैंकिंग में जो इंश्योरेंस में नहीं दिखता, थोड़ा मार्केटिंग का पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाह रहा हूँ मैं इसको कि अभी तक इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज गो टू एनी ऑफ देयर डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस या किसी और कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस पे चले जाएं, यू विल सी एन अप्रोच जहाँ पे वो शुरू बात ऐसे करते हैं कि जी वी डू दिस, वी ब्रिंग दिस टू यू. दुनिया में काफ़ी बड़ा चेंज ये आया कि दुनिया ने कहा कि जी कस्टमर कम्स फर्स्ट, इट शुड ऑलवेज बी द कस्टमर फर्स्ट अप्रोच. हमारी जो कम्युनिकेशन है विद द कस्टमर, बात पीछे हुई अवेयरनेस के ऊपर पिछले सेशन में भी, अवेयरनेस इज एट द टॉप ऑफ द फनल, मार्केटिंग फनल के बिल्कुल टॉप पे है और अभी हम वहीं फ्लोट कर रहे हैं. अगर 1% से हम नीचे पेनिट्रेशन पे हैं तो नीचे तो कुछ आएगा ही नहीं फंड में. हमारी सेल्स टीम्स जो हैं इंश्योरेंस के अंदर वो जाती हैं, उन्हीं लोगों से जाके बात भी करती हैं जो पहले से इंश्योरेंस होल्डर्स हैं. तो व्हाट आई बिलीव इज कि एक साल वो एक बंदे के पास इंश्योरेंस ऑटो की लेके गया हुआ है, जब इंश्योरेंस रिन्यूअल आएगा तो दूसरी कंपनी उसी को कैनिबलाइज करने की कोशिश में लगी रहेगी, जबकि मार्केट इज़ वाइड ओपन देयर. वहाँ पे एक कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया कि जी माइक्रो मूवमेंट्स हैं, माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस पे जाएँ, एम्बेडेड इंश्योरेंस के ऊपर जाएँ. जो चैलेंज हमें अभी भी आता है वो ये है कि वी एज अ कंपनी वी हैव अ वॉइस फ्रेमवर्क, वी कॉल इट अ वॉइस फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ डिज़ाइन थिंकिंग. अगर हम कोई डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस डिज़ाइन करते हैं तो उसमें उस फ्रेमवर्क को इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं. इट इज़ अ कंटिन्यूस लूप ऑफ फीडबैक फ्रॉम द कस्टमर्स. वहाँ से शुरू होता है और वहीं पे ख़त्म होना है उसको. बट अभी तक ये चीज़ नहीं आई है क्लाइंट एंड पे. बस सिर्फ इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर में नहीं, बाकी सेक्टर्स के अंदर ये चैलेंज हमें आता है. दे हैव देयर पर्सपेक्टिव्स, देयर सेट ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स विच दे वांट टू पॉपुलेट ऑन द वेबसाइट्स, अपने मोबाइल ऐप्स के ऊपर. और अभी तक जो है ना, अगर फॉर एग्जांपल $3 billion की आईटी इंडस्ट्री एक्सपोर्ट हो चुकी है. Yesterday we had to put up a proposal to a client in North America, and I was searching for कि हमें कोई company liability insurance मिल जाए. But none of the companies में नहीं ढूंढ सका कोई पाकिस्तानी कंपनी जो इस इतनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी को जिसने कहीं टच किया. इसने टच भी नहीं किया हुआ. जब मैंने सर्च किया गूगल पे तो इट वाज ऑल नॉर्थ अमेरिकन कंपनीज विच अपीयर्ड, और मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली हम किसी एक से ऑनलाइन में वो इंश्योरेंस बाय कर लेंगे. तो ये चैलेंज जो है ना, ये थोड़ा कल्चरल है मेरे ख्याल में. ये जब तक आप कंज्यूमर सेंट्रिक अप्रोच नहीं लेंगे, कंज्यूमर फर्स्ट अप्रोच नहीं लेंगे टू एनी ऑफ योर प्रोडक्ट्स, तो ये चैलेंज हमें रहेगा इंडस्ट्री के लिए ग्रोथ का.
I just want to follow up with you, Suresh, on this. So when you see the product design journeys, right? एक क्वेश्चन आता है, एक डिबेट है. वो डिबेट ये है कि जी जिस तरह कनेक्टिविटी की बात करें तो यार वॉइस और डेटा इतने MBs की ये प्राइस है. कई लोगों का कहना है, and I've spoken to a few industry professionals who say कि listen Abu Bakr, insurance is a commodity. सबके प्रोडक्ट एक जैसे हैं. हेल्थ ये कर दो, इतने पैसे मिलेंगे. From your outside in perspective, is that true, or do you see an opportunity where from a commodity there is a huge opportunity for B2B, B2C insurance, which is tailored according to sectors, segments, या ये खर्चे वाली बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, इससे एक्चुअली रिटर्न्स नहीं मिलने वाले.
अच्छा, when it comes to B2B तो obviously बहुत ही कोई tailored solutions नहीं है, वही commoditized solutions हैं. और वही लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सारी कंपनीज ऑफर करती हैं और वही एम्प्लॉइज तक चली जाती है. उसके बाद जनरल इंश्योरेंस साइड पे आप अपनी इक्विपमेंट को इंश्योर करा लेंगे, अपनी जो आपका फ्लीट है उसको इंश्योर करा लेंगे. बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू कंज्यूमर, तो अब आई वाज जस्ट हैविंग अ डिस्कशन विद कदीर फ्रॉम जुबली लाइफ, वो पीछे कहीं खड़ा हुआ है इस वक्त, तो ही वाज मेंशनिंग कि अब दुबई में इंश्योरेंस इस तरह भी हो रही है कि आप बाय करते हैं फ्रॉम कारफोर, इफ़ यू आर बाइंग एन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, वो आपको वहाँ पे ही कहेगा यार मैं 2 दिरहम या 5 दिरहम का एक अपसेल कर देगा इमीडिएटली। तो इसके लिए हमें ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हम डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस ही क्रिएट करें। उस पॉइंट ऑफ सेल्स के ऊपर वो इंश्योरेंस बिक रही है या नहीं बिक रही, तो वो मोमेंट को कैप्चर करना है उस कंज्यूमर के साथ व्हेन इट कम्स टू B2C, दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और वो जो हम बहुत बड़ा सोचते हैं कि जी हम टेलर बेचेंगे, हम ट्रैवल की इंश्योरेंस बेचें, इस तरह से नहीं है। हमें हर अपने आप को खुलना पड़ेगा इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री को, और वो कंज्यूमर जिस तरह की इंश्योरेंस चाह रहा है वो बहुत, अब एक मैंने देखा अभी एक ऐड TPL का पेट इंश्योरेंस इन्होंने शुरू, नाउ दैट इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ रिक्वायर्ड, लोगों को चाहिए पेट इंश्योरेंस भाई, देयर इज़ अ सेगमेंट उसके लिए। तो ये B2C के अंदर जो है ना हमें माइक्रो मूवमेंट्स को कैप्चर करना चाहिए और उसके ऊपर ही जाके इंश्योरेंस को सेल करना चाहिए, दैट इज़ समथिंग।
Dr. Saab, you want to add and then I'll
Yeah, I
continue.
just want to add on to this. ये इस पे ऑलरेडी स्टेट लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कॉर्पोरेशन काम कर रहा है। अभी अगर आप ट्रैवल करते हैं, कोई भी आप टिकट लेते हैं रेलवेज का, यू आर इंश्योर्ड। अभी पाकिस्तान इज इंश्योर्ड दैट वे। जब आप टिकट खरीदेंगे तो हम ये कोशिश करेंगे हज पे भी ले जाएँ, उम्र सियारत पे भी ले जाएँ इस चीज़ को।
Nilüfer, you've had quite a fantastic career at EFU Life. I've been following your journey. It's always a pleasure. मुझे ये बताएं कि पाकिस्तान में when we look at the life insurance penetration, so that's what now, 3, 4?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%. For organizations, insurance provides an opportunity to actually grow their business if their risk can be managed. So there is an economic value to it. From life perspective, I think it's a matter of human dignity. Every life is valuable. Every person deserves to live with dignity, and then when that person passes away, to be buried with dignity. And the family and the loved ones of that person should not have to have the stress of how to manage an adverse situation when it comes to life. You work for a large organization. अच्छा, large organizations में generally एक stereotype होता है कि ये innovation और technology को कैसे leverage करेंगे? How will they improve customer journeys? Tell me about how you've been transforming these experiences in EFU Life. What has the journey been like so far? और आपके next steps क्या आ रहे हैं in this journey?
Thank you so much, Abu Bakar, for that question. Thank you, Pakistan FinTech Network, for arranging this amazing conference for the second time. It's always great. जब इतने सारे industry professionals को आप एक साथ देखते हैं, talking about a single topic, everyone on the same page, and then it's a pleasure कि जो industry professionals नहीं हैं, वो सारे हमारे partners हैं. So very good to be here and meet everyone. So coming to the question, Abu Bakar, I would ask a question to you. Did we have any choice? मतलब क्या हमारे पास कोई option है चेंज ना होने का? क्या इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री के पास अब भी वो क्वेश्चन है? थोड़ा सा मैं अपनी एग्जांपल से रिलेट करूंगी. आज तक मैंने ना प्रोफेशनली 2 काफ़ी डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस फेस किए हैं. फर्स्ट वाज व्हेन आई वाज लीविंग स्टैंडर्ड चार्टर्ड बैंक, एंड मेनी ऑफ यू नो दैट टू जॉइन EFU लाइफ द क्वेश्चन वाज ऑलवेज लीविंग अ मल्टीनेशनल, ओनली मल्टीनेशनल बैंक इन पाकिस्तान फॉर अ लोकल इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, व्हाई दिस डिसीजन, क्या कह रहा है चेंज करने को? So I was there always on the distribution side of it. I was in the wealth management domain, and I always was very keen to learn the making side of it. I thought distribution, okay, bank assurance, okay, mutual funds, wealth, but let's go and see how these products are made. And the second difficult question, and then I'll answer both, was when we were starting digital and inclusive insurance at EFU Life. So briefly, Mohammad Ali ne touch kiya in his previous panel about the digital and inclusive insurance. So when we started that at EFU Life, the questions were the same as framed by Abu Bakar. Why? सबसे पहले तो internal ये questions आए. Why this change? सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा है. Everything is going fine. We are moving at a pace. We have a very good customer base with us. हमारे सारे customers are middle income and above. We have an average premium size of, we had an average premium size of 50,000 at that time, and I'm talking about 5-6 years down the road when we were starting this. तो ज़रूरत क्या है इस चेंज को लेकर आने की? Why go in all those difficulties? But simultaneously, what we were noticing were very key changes that were happening in the market. So as State Bank just pointed out in the previous panel, National Financial Inclusion Strategy आई थी. First time insurance was highlighted as a pillar in that strategy. It was really heartening to know that. SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals आ रहे थे. पूरी world was talking about no poverty, health, collaborations, partnerships. पाकिस्तान में साथ साथ क्या हो रहा था? Telcos, they were growing. हमारी population, that was growing. 3G, 4G की penetration increase हो रही थी. हमारी population size उस वक्त 220 million पे जा चुका था और अब ये around 250 million है. So it was growing at a very fast pace. So बहुत सारी चीज़ें simultaneously हो रही थी, and we were saying कि if we continue to do what we are doing, we'll continue to get what we are getting, right? तो हमने जो है वो बहुत सारी approaches सोची. It didn't happen in just one day. thought about going directly to the customers. As again discussed, it was a very expensive model. Expensive से ज़्यादा, the important lesson that we learned was कि हम direct customers के पास जाएं या हम उन entities के पास जाएं जो already उन customers के पास जा चुकी हैं. Will we understand them better if we put that step now, or do we rely on the entities who have already done that, who have already understood that? इस तरह से we'll get two advantages. We'll get the knowledge prior, and we will also get what the customers are thinking right now, what they want. Third very important thing was कि हम उनको वो चीज़ दे सकेंगे जो कि एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा affordable price में होगी. So many factors were moving simultaneously, and we decided कि yes, we will take the B2B2C wala route. We will do a lot of discussions with the partners, and believe me, it was not easy. ये वाला route is difficult because you are changing many levers and many pillars at the same time, जो आपने पहले नहीं किया होता है. Do we always pass? No, we fail. So one of the mantra that I think I have learned throughout is fail fast. You will fail. There is no way you will succeed. Fail fast. आप जो है वो छोटे steps लें. Go on a continuous improvement वाली approach, Kaizen approach जिसको हम कहते हैं. And collaborations and partnerships is very important. Dr. Sara just mentioned on this panel की M Health. So M Health well-being again, और मैं दोबारा रेफर करूँगी अबू बकर की बिल्कुल स्टार्ट में ओपनिंग कमेंट्स पे कि it was sad. It is actually sad for everyone to see when such few hands are raised for insurance. हम सबको शायद कहीं ना कहीं वो फील हुआ होगा as an insurance professional. So हमने बहुत recently, and this example I thought is worth sharing and will be relevant. We have launched our well-being segment, well-being by the name of Win. So Win हमारी जो है वो wellness brand है. What we are trying to encourage is the healthy behavior. And वहाँ पर the first thing that we questioned was the same question. In front of our audience, our population at TFU Life, that how many of you have insurance? And believe me, इतने ही हाथ उठे थे, जितने आज उठे. And then we thought कि, and at TFU Life we have a young population. It is representation of Pakistan. So वहाँ पर people working at an insurance, I don't shy away saying that working for an insurance company, insurance की penetration नहीं थी. Then we asked questions कि क्यों नहीं है? Again वही youngsters वाला mindset आ रहा था. हमने सबसे पहले अपने इस proposition को launch किया for our employees. This is the first time we did it. और यहाँ पर I am amazed and I am encouraged कि हमारा इस वक्त head office में every fourth employee is a Win EFU Life customer. So people bought it. So but again, being our employees, we had to convey the message of insurance. So small steps, many steps, collaborations, partnerships, belief, patience, fail fast, continuous improvement.
Thank you, Nilufar. I want to come to you, Fakhar. अक्सर लोग कहते हैं जी डिजिटल कहते रहते हैं, ये क्या डिजिटल यार, इंश्योरेंस जैसी सर्विस तो एक बंदा इंटरैक्ट करेगा किसी दूसरे के साथ या कंपनी के साथ तो खरीदेगा, या हर चीज़ में डिजिटल क्यों डाल देते हैं. You operate, you're part of an Insurtech platform. We've seen this model globally, we see it regionally as well. If in India, UAE, आजकल UAE के visas लोग reject हो रहे हैं, but if you go to UAE, you are able to choose from insurance from a marketplace, right? And the insurance can be relevant and personalized according to your data on that platform and any third-party data जो आपने permission दी है. Tell me about what problem is WADA trying to solve when it comes to leveraging technology and innovation. ये digital for the sake of digital है, या आप customer experiences को improve करने जा रहे हैं, और अगर जा रहे हैं तो what's different? What's the difference from the traditional model?
किसी ज़माने में हमारे एक उस्ताद ने कहा था कि insurance is the business of taking premium and paying claims. Customer experience जो है ना वो क्लेम से स्टार्ट होता है, क्लेम पे खत्म होता है. अगर आप हिस्ट्री में जाएं, इंश्योरेंस एज ए प्रोडक्ट स्टार्ट कैसे हुई? ये वाला प्रॉब्लम जो कि सिंकिंग शिप से ट्रेडर्स की प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी, उन्होंने उसको हल करने की कोशिश की मिल के एक म्यूचुअल के तौर पे लंदन में कॉफ़ी शॉप में बैठ के और उसका एक हल निकाला. अभी हम अवेयरनेस की बात कर रहे हैं, हम डिजिटल की बात कर रहे हैं. ना ज़िंदगी में कोई चीज़ शॉर्टकट है, ना इंश्योरेंस की इंडस्ट्री में कोई चीज़ शॉर्टकट हो सकती है. जो बेसिक प्रॉब्लम वादा सॉल्व करने की कोशिश कर रही है और जो कि एक्चुअली अवेयरनेस में और उसमें सब में आपकी हेल्प करेगी, वो ये है कि आप उस कस्टमर की प्रॉब्लम को तो पहचानें, what he is facing right now. Like अभी किसी ने यहाँ पे बात की, मेरे ख्याल में स्टेट बैंक हमारे साथ ने पिछले पैनल में बात की कि मोबाइल इंश्योरेंस, we are offering mobile insurance and we have around 2 million customers who have covered their mobile. It's a small thing. 10,000 20,000 लाख रुपए कवर है, छोटा सा प्रीमियम है, वो डेली अपने मोबाइल बैलेंस से दे रहा है, वो अपने वॉलेट से दे रहा है, वो डिजिटल उसको हेल्प कर रहा है. लेकिन वो 1.8 मिलियन पे इसलिए पहुंचा, पहला आपने एक रियल प्रॉब्लम को एड्रेस किया. Literally, I cannot get my mobile insurance, asking my colleagues and my previous employers. कि भाई मेरी मोबाइल फ़ोन इंश्योर कर देना, इंडिविजुअल नहीं करते. सो द पार्टनरशिप इज़ नेसेसरी, यस. टेक्नोलॉजी इज़ नेसेसरी, यस. क्यों? कि आपका क्लेम जर्नी, आपका जो यूजर जर्नी है वो डिजिटल होने की वजह से सिंप्लीफाई हो रहा है. यानी जो आपके डेटा पॉइंट्स हैं जो आप कलेक्ट कर रहे हो, आपको टेलकोस प्रोवाइड कर रही हैं कि मोबाइल कौन सा है, ब्रांड कौन सा है उसका, उसके टेक आईडीज़ क्या हैं, उसके बाद बैलेंस है कि नहीं है, और कितने वो जो है ना आपको लीड सेट प्रोवाइड करके कितने प्रीमियम्स के लिए वो कर सकता है. तो डेफिनेटली टेलको पार्टनर्स आर आवर enablers. Digital technology is the enabler, but it is not the only thing. The thing is कि आप कस्टमर के प्रोडक्ट, कस्टमर की उसको समझो ना, पेन पॉइंट को समझो और उसको रिजॉल्व करो. हेल्थ इज़ अ पेन पॉइंट. वादा प्रोवाइड्स हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. अच्छा, आप में से मतलब मैं खुद 2007 से पाकिस्तान तकाफुल में एक हेल्थ कैश राइडर हम लॉन्च करते थे लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के साथ. नोबडी वुड टेक इट. हमारा इस वक्त एक हॉट सेलिंग प्रोडक्ट है हेल्थ कैश. हेल्थ कैश क्या है कि आपकी इनकम को वो रिप्लेस करता है जो आपके हेल्थ इवेंट्स में खुदा खासा कोई यानी आप एडमिट हो हॉस्पिटल में तो आपकी
लॉस ऑफ इनकम हो गया,
लॉस ऑफ इनकम को रिकवर कर रहा है. या इवन अगर आप हॉस्पिटल आने जाने को देखें, उसके खर्चे देखें, यानी आप हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हो रहे हैं जो उसके आउटसाइड दैट रन जो खर्चे हैं, हॉस्पिटल से बाहर जो आपके खर्चे हैं, उसको वो कवर करे. तो व्हेन यू आर एड्रेसिंग रियल प्रॉब्लम्स, यू गेट कस्टमर्स. दैट इज़ फॉर फैक्ट. अभी भी वे फॉरवर्ड यही है कि हम रियल प्रॉब्लम्स को एड्रेस करें. फॉर एग्जांपल हेल्थ है हमारे पास एग्री है. एग्री में हम कहते हैं ये चाहिए
एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं, उसी से लिंक्ड अगर आपको इंश्योरेंस कन्वीनियंटली अच्छी प्राइस पे मिल जाए तो इट्स मोर रेलिवेंट टू यू. In terms of how we leverage data within our organizations, Dr. Aftab and Dr. Sara from State Life perspective and your own experience, and Dr. Sara from Sehat Kahani perspective, are we actually, do we have the capability to really leverage data and then design products that are personalized to user groups? और जो हमारी एम्बेडेड है कि कब कोई इंश्योरेंस ख़रीदेगा, मतलब कॉमन सेंस तो ये कहेगी कि अगर मैं एक मोबाइल हैंडसेट लेने जा रहा हूँ और या मेरे किसी घर मेंबर ने मोबाइल हैंडसेट ख़रीदा है और वॉलेट यूज़ किया है तो आपको इंश्योरेंस पिच हो जाए. अगर किसी का एक स्पेंडिंग पैटर्न है जो आपको नज़र आ रहा है ट्रैवल पे, तो उसको ट्रैवल इंश्योरेंस प्रोएक्टिवली पिच हो जाए. If someone is going to be at a grocery store, जिस तरह एक जिक्र हुआ, उसको उस वक्त एक रिटेल इंश्योरेंस पिच हो जाए. बट इज़ इट रियली दैट डिफ़िकल्ट टू डू? हमारे पास क्या वो डेटा इन कैपेबिलिटी है टू इम्प्लीमेंट? अगर नहीं है तो व्हाट इज़ द मेन रीज़न? आप डॉक्टर साहब एंड देन डॉक्टर सारा.
जी हम लोग ग्रेट क्वेश्चन. हम इस पर काम कर रहे हैं. जैसे कि फूड पांडा है, वो देयर इंश्योर्ड, देयर उनके राइडर्स इंश्योर्ड होते हैं. बाकी की जो बाइक्स वगैरह हैं उनकी जो सामान होता है वो इंश्योर्ड है. और उसके अलावा जैसे मैं किया भी पार्टनर विद पाकिस्तान रेलवेज़, जब भी वो कोई टिकट ख़रीदता है वो इंश्योर होता है. उसके अलावा हम लोग 280 मिलियन पाकिस्तानीज़ को हेल्थ कवरेज देते हैं सेहत सर्विस प्रोग्राम में. तो वो डेटा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे लिए. तो उससे हम उसको डेटा माइनिंग कर रहे हैं और उसके बेसिस पे हमने एक दो प्रोडक्ट्स बनाए भी हैं. और हमारे बहुत सारे हमारे 36 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं. तो अक्सर मैं जब कुछ हम किसी को सेल कर रहे हैं तो राइडर्स पे ऐड हो जाते हैं, हमें बताते हैं हमारा पूरा एक बास्केट है, ये चीज़ें और आपको ये चीज़ें सूट करती हैं. इस तरह हम करते हैं. फिर हमारा जो 1.5 लाख या 2 लाख ऑलमोस्ट जो एजेंट फोर्स है, दैट्स वेरी इफेक्टिव. तो वो हमारे सारे प्रोडक्ट्स को इस तरह
उनसे डेटा सेट्स आपको मिलते फ्रॉम द एजेंट्स?
जी हम शुरू कर दिया.
अब शुरू कर
दिया हमने, शुरू कर दिया. डेटा माइनिंग कर रहे हैं हम.
डॉक्टर सर,
I think data is the key why we all are discussing it today, and data is the key pain point if you ask me. So for example, what is health insurance, and I'm going to talk about health and life insurance because that connects me to most. At the end of the day, what is an health insurer telling you? That we care about you and we want you to live. We want you to live healthy, we want you to protect you. What is a life insurance telling you? Life insurance telling you is, or what they should be telling you is, we do not just care about you when you die, we care about you before you die. That's, or we care about your family when you pass away, unfortunately. Now, everything here, and we talked about a lot of key messaging also, and I'll connect data and key messaging together, is what I believe is the next step for all health insurance or for all sorts of insurance or coverage, whether it's through a telco, whether it's through an insurance company, is introducing the concept of longevity. Because everyone wants to live long now, everyone wants to live healthy. And the only thing that can help you in living longer and living healthy is by recognizing a problem with you before it is recognizable from a treatment point of view. That means that if you have high blood pressure, someone is realizing that a medicine would solve your problem 10 years earlier than a bypass. If you have diabetes, getting a small test every 3 months will help you manage your diabetes better until it goes to a point where you have kidney failure and you have multiple organ failure, and then you require hospital admission, and then that is where your insurance provider comes in. To do that, you need data. And even if you have the simplest amount of data of demographics of their patient, their current problem, their past history, their family history, you can start using their data at a very personalized basis to do the following. You can sell them personalized health reminders, appointment reminders, medicine reminders, tell them to do a certain exercise, tell them if they are feeling stressed because of it, connect to your vitality provider or connect to your will provider. Everything has to be managed on a personal level with the data you're getting from the patient. And I feel that any health technology that imbibes itself to an insurance provider, as we do, is trying to make that. And we started at a crude level as well. So for example, initially we started providing insights to the companies that work with us that, okay, we're getting a lot of patients of diabetes from your certain corporate. Or we see that bone issues are prevalent, or we see that stress is overpowering, and they started doing a lot of preventative healthcare strategies. But I think now is the time that we take that information, and we are taking that information and using a little bit of AI to see how can we personalize it to a personal level. Because at the end of it, if you want to see how insurance companies will provide extra care to their customers, it is solving a pain problem in terms of health. The biggest pain problem is, am I going to live long enough? Am I going to live healthy enough without problems? And how can my insurance company help me to do that?
Nilüfer, you want to add?
Yeah, I would just like to add that here, I think this is a perfect opportunity to congratulate you, Abu Bakar, for launching Fikr Free. That's an insurance platform that Jazz has launched. The point why I raised this here was that it is an indirect answer to the question that was just put about data and insurance being together. Because one of the solutions to this problem could again be collaborations and partnerships.
Yeah.
When you have entities who have data points across when the person is waking up, when he's checking into his office, when he's coming out, even when he's not going to work, the telco captures all of it. So you have such a huge data in place. So reside your solution over it. As insurance company, no doubt we have a wealth of data ourselves as well. A very important wealth of data when it comes to life and when it comes to health for the general points. So we have a lot of data set. So that is also something that we can work upon. But remember that is for the customers that we have on board. And we all know the number of customers that the entire insurance company currently has on board and the data points that it has captured. So why not to have that marriage with an organization who already has that large data and give your solution according to their needs. For example, if you partner with all the telcos, so you are essentially covering the population of Pakistan. This is what I had to add.
Yeah, excellent point. I have one common question to everyone on the panel. Agar if you had to give 1, 2 or 3, let's say up to 2 suggestions, कि अगर आपने टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन को इस्तेमाल करते हुए कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंसेस बेहतर करनी है, अडॉप्शन बेहतर करनी है, even if that suggestion is towards regulators, towards banks, telcos, your own companies, what would you say is the biggest impactful suggestions that you would like to give from this platform today? हो सकता है some people want to think about it, so I'll take volunteers on who wants to start. Common question to everyone, and then I'll open it up for a few questions from you.
I'll start. Culture and trust. The 2 main things.
Culture and trust.
Which are a problem. जब हम लोग when you go to the people, वो कहते हैं जी ये तो इस्लामिक नहीं है. जब बताते हैं इस्लाम तकाफुल इस्लामिक है तो कहते हैं ये भी इस्लामिक नहीं कोशर किया हुआ है आपने.
सही।
ये भी सुना है मैंने।
हाँ।
और दूसरी बात ये कि रूरल एरियाज़ में हमारी पेटिशन बहुत ना होने के बराबर है। ठीक है, तो उसके लिए जो एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा वो ये कि जो लोकल इन्फ्लुएंसर्स होते हैं, लोकल ओपिनियन लीडर्स होते हैं, उलमाज होते हैं, उनकी कमेटी बनानी चाहिए हमें हर प्रोविंस में, हर डिवीज़न करीब, और उनसे जिस तरह पोलियो में काम किया है, एज अ कस्टोरियन पोलियो के मुकम्मल उलमा टीम ने काम किया। दूसरा ये कि प्राइमरी लेवल पे स्कूल्स में we should teach insurance in the primary schools, and it should be taught as a subject in commerce and business schools and colleges and institutions. ये बड़े important, जब तक बच्चों को पढ़ाएंगे नहीं ना हम उनको, तो फिर ये भी बड़े होके खरीदेंगे. That is one thing we should start doing, or is going to pay dividend after 10-15 years.
फ़खर?
एक्चुअली जो सजेशंस हैं वो नए नहीं हैं, बड़े भी नहीं हैं, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकते हैं हमारी इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री लैंडस्केप को, पाकिस्तान को जो ना एक बेहतर इंश्योर्ड सोसाइटी की तरफ लेके जा सकते हैं. और वो एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं मिडल ईस्ट के बेसिकली. जैसे कंपलसरी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस आई सऊदी अरेबिया में, तो अब यूजेज कैसे उसकी बढ़ेगी. उसके लिए उन्होंने क्या किया कि उन्होंने एक काउंसिल बनाई कोऑपरेटिव हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज की, जिसे कहते हैं काउंसिल ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. यानी वो एक सेल्फ रेगुलेटेड बॉडी है जो कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करती है where all the hospitals on the panel are linked, the insurance companies are linked, the policies actually are reposited there, and when a claims come to the hospital, the hospital just connect to this platform and gets the approval. इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को एक ख़ास लिमिट तक पता भी नहीं होता कि ये अप्रूवल मेरे क्लेम की चली गई है. उससे क्या हो रहा है कि इंश्योरेंस की यूजेज बढ़ रही है. जब यूजेज बढ़ेगी, फ्रॉड का एलिमेंट कम होगा. जब आप कोलैबोरेट कर रहे होंगे डेटा का आपस में, तो उससे कस्टमर का ट्रस्ट इस सिस्टम पे बढ़ेगा और वो उसको मज़ीद यूज़ करेगा. अच्छा, फिर एक और कंसेप्ट है स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन ऑफ पॉलिसीज़ की. जैसे अभी SCCP से हमारी साथी ने बात की पहले पैनल पे कि वर्कमैन कंपनसेशन एक्ट में जो है ना कंपलसरी हेल्थ ग्रुप लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है, लेकिन हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाते. इम्प्लीमेंटेशन क्या है? इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ये कि आप कोलैबोरेट करो, एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करो, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर्स को इकट्ठा करो विद इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री, और उनको लिस्टें दो. इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज खुद जाके एफर्ट करें, उनको कवर करवाएं. जो नॉन कंप्लाइंट हो उनके लिए जो ना लेबर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर के पास रिपोर्ट्स हैं, ऑटोमेटिकली आपकी इंडस्ट्री कंप्लाइंट होना शुरू हो जाएगी. और उससे क्या होगा कि आपकी पॉपुलेशन का इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री पे ट्रस्ट बढ़ेगा. जब आप एक गरीब आदमी की जब इंडस्ट्री में एक इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सीडेंट से हाथ कटता है और उसको क्लेम मिलता है, तो डेफिनेटली आपके इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री पे आपके क्लेम मिलने की वजह से ट्रस्ट बढ़ेगा. तो ये जो सेंट्रलाइज्ड रिपोजिटरी है, ये SCP ने सिर्फ नहीं करना, इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री ने मिल ये करना है. और तीसरी चीज़ कि प्लीज़ इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज को मैं कह रहा हूँ एज ए वादा, एज ए मिडल मैन, टेक्नोलॉजी में इन्वेस्टमेंट को इन्वेस्टमेंट समझें, एक्सपेंस ना समझें.
फिर
आपने एक मास्टर्स खड़े किए हुए हैं. यू आर द फर्स्ट यूजर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन पाकिस्तान, रिमेंबर इट. यानी बैंक्स के बाद सबसे पहले यूजर्स टेक्नोलॉजी की कौन थे? इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज थी. बट दे आर स्टक एट दैट लेवल. दे डोंट इन्वेस्ट टू मॉडर्नाइज इट, और आर्किटेक्चर वाइज वो वही मास्टर लेके बैठे हुए हैं बड़े बड़े. उसकी जगह माइक्रो सर्विसेज पे आएँ, छोटे छोटे सोल्यूशंस क्रिएट करें. और इसमें जो वॉइस ऑफ द एंड यूज़र ऑफ द सिस्टम है वो इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि जो बंदा सेल कर रहा है, जो बंदा सर्विस दे रहा है कस्टमर को, उसके लेवल पे जाके आप उसकी प्रॉब्लम को हल करें. कस्टमर का प्रॉब्लम खुद ब खुद हल होगा.
Absolutely. Dr. Sarah, and then I'll come to Surosh and Nilufar for the same question. Yours, 1 or 2 suggestions for improvement.
I think extremely good suggestions. I think I'll just follow up with one from my end. As an health tech entrepreneur, as someone who's working with health insurance companies to provide primary care, and as a doctor that is sitting on the panel as well, I think my only ask from the regulators or the insurance companies is to give more space to digitize outpatient care. It will solve a pain point from a financial, from a patient delivery, from an outcome perspective at so many levels. We all talk about outpatient care and the value of it, but I heard someone saying that, an ex-health minister of the country saying that पाकिस्तान में सबको बड़े बड़े वाइट हॉस्पिटल्स बनाने का बहुत शौक है. But when you invest the same money in primary care, no one is interested because it doesn't look very fancy. You can't touch it. You can't measure it in the same way as you can touch a hospital and see a patient going inside. So my ask would be to invest and promote and give more exposure to digitize primary outpatient care, whether it's claim management or it's telemedicine or it's mental health coverage or it's vitality or it's nutrition or it's diet. But that is going to solve a lot of pain points that customer has and eventually grow the insurance sector as well.
Thank you. Rosh and Neela for the last but not the least.
I completely agree with Fakhr. जो उन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी की बात की, दैट इज़ द की. हमने बात की, देखें ट्रस्ट आएगा क्लेम्स से, और क्लेम्स को प्रोसेस करना ह्यूमनली जितना उसमें टाइम लगता है वो ट्रस्ट तो जाता रहता है फिर. सो द बेस्ट इज़ टू इंगेज इन, अडॉप्ट इन न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, इन्वेस्ट इन न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी. आप लोग AI के मॉडल्स में इन्वेस्ट करें, मशीन लर्निंग पे. डेटा की बात हो रही है, आई बिलीव कि सेंट्रल डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म्स इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज के पास नहीं है पाकिस्तान में. CDPs की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. CDPs आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फर्स्ट पार्टी डेटा आप लोगों के पास अपना तो है ही है, बट कोलैबोरेशंस हो रही हैं और उनसे आप दूसरी कंपनी से, दूसरे प्लेयर्स के से भी डेटा लेके आ रहे हैं. उस डेटा की यूटिलाइजेशन हो ही नहीं सकती ह्यूमनली. मैं नहीं समझता जितना मैग्नीट्यूड है उस डेटा का, टेक्नोलॉजी इम्प्लीमेंट किए बगैर आप उस डेटा को काम उस पर नहीं कर सकते, और वो डेटा ही आपको प्रोडक्ट्स पे लेके जाएगा. इट विल हेल्प यू पर्सोनिफाई योर टारगेट ऑडियंस, और उसी से आप बेहतर प्रोडक्ट्स लेके आ सकते हैं. उसी से आप अवेयरनेस के ऊपर भी जा सकते हैं, रीच उनको उसी तरह करेंगे. जो मैसेज है वो दूसरे पॉइंट पे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ कि जो मैसेज है, सबसे बड़ा इशू हमारी लैंग्वेज है उसमें. उसको भी अंडरस्टैंड करने की ज़रूरत है कि इंग्लिश इज़ प्रीडोमिनेंटली द मोस्ट यूज्ड मीडियम ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन ऑल अक्रॉस दी एडवर्टाइजिंग. आप एडवर्टाइजिंग को देखें, यहाँ भी ऐड चल रहे हैं, मोस्टली आप देखें कि अंग्रेज़ी में ही है. तो इसको भी थोड़ा हमें चेंज करना. हमारी पॉपुलेशन नहीं जानती अंग्रेज़ी, वो उर्दू भी नहीं जानती बहुत दफ़ा. लोग जो हैं रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में आप उनसे कम्युनिकेट करेंगे, वो ट्रस्ट को भी बिल्ड करेगा, वो अवेयरनेस को तो बिल्ड करेगा ही. एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि बहुत कम मैंने वीडियोस देखी हैं, हाउ टू वीडियोस, जो सिचुएशन को एक्सप्लेन करें. अच्छा, आपके साथ ये छोटा सा प्रॉब्लम हो गया, आपको क्या करना है. इंश्योरेंस होती, हम थीमेटिक एड्स बना के उसको बम्बार्ड कर देती हैं इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज. टीवी के ऊपर हम देखते हैं, साल में 1-2 बड़ी कैंपेन्स आप लोग ज़रूर चलाते हैं. बट यू हैव टू कीप ऑन कम्युनिकेटिंग विद योर ऑडियंस. अगर आप कम्युनिकेट नहीं करेंगे, उसको अवेयरनेस नहीं मिलेगी. तो ये कुछ मेरे पॉइंट्स हैं जो मैं समझता हूँ ज़रूरी है. अगर इस पे काम करें तो बेहतरी आ सकती है.
So being last is always difficult क्योंकि काफ़ी सारे points पहले ही cover हो चुके होते हैं. But I would like to say एक चीज़ जो I feel is important to bring onto this forum is कि हम सबको जो है, and when I say सबको, I mean सबको मिल के काम करना पड़ेगा if we want the insurance penetration to really increase. वरना हम हर साल incremental growth, marginal growth वाली बात कर रहे होंगे. So I also happen to be on the board of Pakistan Microfinance Network, और वहाँ भी हमने ये point discuss किया था. I'll bring it here as well कि बहुत सारे काम हो रहे हैं. So SECP has been wonderful throughout. I think हमने इतनी जो partnerships की हैं, इतने different जो products launch किए हैं, इतने different concepts launch किए हैं, without their support, without their cooperation, without their guidance, it wouldn't have been possible. But with SECP, I was very glad today we had State Bank's participation. Lot of things are happening. So World Bank is actively looking. आज हमने climate की एक बात की है, उस वाले arena पे. ADB is actively looking at Pakistan when it comes to climate. UNDP is actively working in the insurance domain, Global Shield के initiative से. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हो रही हैं. We all need to come together. We all need to bring all the players together to work for a common objective. I am also aware कि SECP is as organizing a conference, और इस बार main motive है to bring all the players on board. इसमें हम एक और party को ignore नहीं कर सकते हैं. That is very important, and that is the government, the federal and the provincial government. they have to be on board as well. उसके बगैर we can't think of having steps जो कि बहुत robust होंगे. हम सब अपनी capacity में काम करेंगे, but when everyone comes together, it really becomes easier. इस पे बस मैं एक छोटे से शेर से I would like to end this discussion. मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I think the panelists would be available during the breaks as well. So, if it's okay, we'll keep the Q&A for the breakout session and also the lunch break. I'll try and wrap up and summarize, and then, of course, thank my fellow panelists. A couple of points जो हमने cover किए. एक हमने बात की awareness की. So, there the suggestions are two. One is towards, of course, the regulator, and the other is towards the private sector. For the regulator, I think it was well covered that when it comes to insurance, this is a matter which is relevant to both the SECP and the State Bank of Pakistan. And if we implement a digital literacy program, जो कि State Bank के director ने mention किया था, about financial literacy, बहुत से ममालिक में financial literacy सिखाई जाती है at a young age. How to handle money, how to make a P&L, because that's necessary that we empower the youth early on ताकि वो disadvantaged ना हो because of their social standing. अगर आप शुरू में ही उनको समझ दे देंगे on how to handle money, how to manage financial services, that will empower them for the future. As part of that, we need to include regarding the fundamentals of insurance, the benefits of health, life, business, and various categories of insurance as a joint effort between SECP and SPP. Secondly, if the industry wants to create awareness, it will have to form and continue to form partnerships, which it's doing, with the companies that consumers trust. In some cases, we see that the customers trust the MFIs, Akhuwat ka mention hua. In some cases, the end customer will talk to his or her telco or bank. In other cases, the insurance company. So we will need to get to people who are trusted in their communities, who can help spread the word. अगर हमने customer के experience को बढ़ाना है, तो claims process की settlement has to be almost real time. There is no question of it. And the mindset of insurance being a commodity, कि it's like minutes and megabytes, सबके products एक जैसे हैं, we have to leverage the data and the analytics that we have and third-party data with the right permissions to be able to segment and have the right design and journeys along the way, because opportunities बहुत ज़्यादा हैं in terms of having the right segmentation and the right products for B2C customers, for B2B customers, and society at large. Lastly, I think ecosystem partnerships and ecosystem collaboration is something that the industry is all keen on, and the focus has been there. I really hope कि जो मैंने start में कहा था कि insurance is something from an individual perspective, it is related to human dignity. From a business perspective, having insurance and the right coverage enables you to grow your business. And from a society perspective, it's very important. I've really enjoyed this panel. I think it was great, candid conversations. I hope you guys did as well. Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you for your time, candid feedback. And also thank you guys for listening patiently. 2 bajne wale hain. Khana mila nahi hai, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists and our moderator for such an insightful conversation on the importance of leveraging technology to improve customer service and how partnerships between different industries is critical to achieve a common goal. I would request the panelists to stay on stage so that we can distribute the awards, and then please wait for a photo. I request Mr. Muhammad Ali Ahmed to please come on stage to distribute the awards. Thank you.
economic trends, what I've Google searched actually. So when we talk about women, so, and I did not know about that as a matter of fact, that we females are approximately 48 to 49% of total population, number one. Number two, though the female workforce is only 25% of the total workforce of Pakistan, but World Bank study says that by 2025, a target has been set that women workforce should be increased by 45%. So this is another potential that women are bringing into the overall economic sector. Third, and again, I was not aware about that, but when I Google search, I was amazed to know that State Bank of Pakistan's study shows that we have more than 5 million SMEs running in Pakistan. And out of those, very small number, but 8% of those are owned by females. So 8% means 400,000 approximately businesses are being owned by females. So for a non-life insurer who has always been focusing on corporate insurance, on corporate businesses, for me 400,000, or even if I'm able to tap half of it, is a big number. So this is a potential a non-life insurer is looking at when it comes to females. Now, talking about the barrier, we have, our earlier panelists have talked about the barriers, but one thing which I see is, I categorize barriers into two ways actually. One is the supply chain barrier, and one is the cultural barrier or mindset barrier. Cultural barrier, mindset barrier, we have talked about a lot, but then supply chain barrier. So when we are focusing our discussion on females and making products for them, making insurance accessible to them, so we see that there are many small businesses which females are running through digital platforms. If I name two of them, for example, which we use in our daily life, Food Panda, right? So we use it daily for ordering food, for ordering groceries. We use Facebook for buying various brands, and as a matter of fact, even more of the clothing brands and home chefs are on these two platforms, and these are being run by females, right? So as part of supply chain, the first thing comes is what kind of facilities these platforms are providing. They are providing logistic facilities. They are providing payment mechanisms. But do we see as a customer, if I buy, I have an option that I can pay by cash, I can do a bank transfer, I can pay by card. But have ever been I asked that what if I'm offered insurance? Neither Facebook is asking me when I do the purchase, nor Food Panda is asking me. I'm not taking the names for the purpose of targeting them. I'm just trying to tell what digital platforms are doing when it comes to supply chain, the whole supply chain, the whole distribution process. Second element is when again we are focusing on the very small proportion of female who are running SMEs. They are obviously entering into various contractual, obligations since they are doing business. So are those platforms who are onboarding them asking them to bring mandatory insurances? We see this requirement generally when we enter into international or multinational contracts. We do not see this very usually happening in Pakistan. So this is one step where the insurance can come into play, and where by mandate, anyone who is onboarding should bring the insurance first. Second is the vendor. Vendor, when does business face some business risk? Have I ever been asked, or have any female ever been asked, what kind of business risk you are running, what cost you are incurring, and can insurance help you out for that business risk? Even that question has never been asked, right? Similarly, when I as a customer buy any product from these digital platforms, have I been ever asked that what if insurance can be offered to you as value addition? That I have a right to say yes or no, but I haven't never been asked that question actually. So that is one barrier, the supply chain barrier. Then comes culture and mindset barrier. Cultural barrier, lot has been talked about, but one thing what we have experienced is that customers generally have this mindset that if I'm paying premium, how can I claim actually on that insurance policy? Because if I'm paying premium and I haven't been able to claim, that means my premium is gone. My spending is gone, right? So what that premium is going to do good for me when I'm not able to claim. So that is one mindset. The second mindset is that why I should abrupt my normal routine by relying on insurance, or perhaps why I should rather not rely on God for protection and take insurance as protection. So marketing insurance as risk protection to a common customer probably is not going to work anymore, because a common man wants to save money rather than to protect himself or herself. This is what we have experienced. Now, then what is the outcome actually? What should we do? So one thing is awareness, yes, fine. We are taking initiatives to create awareness. We are, and this is not enough actually. So running one time or two-time campaigns is not enough. So for awareness, we have to be very visible. So we have to be part of that supply chain. So for example, if I'm buying from Foodpanda or Facebook, just like payment mechanism or a logistic facility, insurance should be there. At least my visibility should be there. So that is one step. Again, targeting females, when they are already doing business through one platform and they are getting all the facilities through one platform, they should be provided insurance through that platform only. They cannot go separately to buy insurance, because that is not going to make sense, right? Third, then we have Insurtechs and fintechs. We have a very good infrastructure already set now, right? We have now edtechs, education techs. So what all these tech companies are doing, they have far reach. They have their own customer base. We can then partner with them. They are so much flexible. See, one of the before I come to their flexibility, one of the barriers which few other panelists discussed, that when we sell insurance, we are very fast, but when we pay claims, we are very slow, and that is because probably we do not take the advantage of technology. So here comes the Insurtechs and fintechs. They are very much technologically flexible. They can integrate themselves with any mechanism, and insurance mechanism perhaps as well, right? So here we can, through them, approach masses. We can ask them to collect data on our behalf. They can do the trend analysis. And then through those trend analysis, we can then identify which insurance product we should actually develop that can bring more value to our customer, that can give more utility to our customer, rather than just saying that we are doing innovation. Innovation will not be of value till it can be utilized. So this is my take on the, the question.
Thank you for putting it together. I think obviously it needs, where we are right now in the insurance industry, we need to create a lot of awareness. Yeah,
sorry,
sure,
Siptan, I just forgot to make one point. So your one of the segments of your question was that what kind of offer we are doing, or as an industry we are doing when it comes to females, right? So recently what we have seen, that banks are offering women-centric accounts, right? So we also have partnered with few banking companies to to inbuild the few insurance features which are women-centric. So when a female comes and opens an account, so she can also see the insurance benefit built into that banking service which is being offered by a bank. So this is the last point I wanted to add.
No, thank you for putting it together, Fatma, very well. So primarily, obviously, distribution, awareness, these are all the challenges that we face. We can build the products, but we need to get it in front of the right customer at the right point. So my next question is, Sana, if I could ask you about, because you're part of UNDP, where you work with a lot of vulnerable communities. And obviously reaching out to these vulnerable communities is one of the hardest part. It's not just कि आपने account खोल लिया या फिर उनको digitally दिखा दिया, because these segment are usual and they do not understand what you're offering them, right? वो तो कहते हैं savings क्या, वो तो पहले तो अपनी living जो उनकी standards है वो उसी को improve करने में focus होता है उनका. तो वो risk how can we, are there any case studies that we can look at in other countries that have been where UNDP has helped make a resilient society जो कि हम पाकिस्तान में implement कर सके, and if you could talk about that.
Sure. Thank you so much, Safan. So UNDP particularly risk financing और insurance के ऊपर तकरीबन पिछले 3-4 साल से ज़्यादा काम कर रहा है, और अभी जो हमारा पोर्टफोलियो है UNDP इंश्योरेंस रिस्क फाइनेंसिंग का, इट्स वर्किंग इन मोर देन अबाउट 24 कंट्रीज़, और मेन फोकस हमारा इंश्योरेंस एंड रिस्क फाइनेंसिंग के ऊपर ही है. और अभी जो हम लोग काम करते हैं सारा पॉलिसी मेकर्स, रेगुलेटर्स के साथ, और इवन विद द लोकल इंडस्ट्री, ताकि हम मेन स्ट्रीम कर सकें और इंश्योरेंस फॉर डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडा को कंट्रीज़ और कम्युनिटीज़ के लिए, वल्नरेबल कम्युनिटीज़ के लिए प्रमोट कर सकें. सो जो रोल है कन्वीनर का और फैसिलिटेटर का, इट्स नॉट दैट ईजी, बिकॉज और द मैक्रो लेवल वी हैव टू वर्क विद द रेगुलेटर एंड ऑल अदर पॉलिसी मेकर्स एज वेल, एंड ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द on the other side we have to work with the communities as well, ताकि उनके आइडेंटिफाई कर सकें उनकी नीड्स को, और उनको प्रॉपरली प्रोडक्ट डिज़ाइन के अंदर आइडेंटिफाई करके गवर्नमेंट्स को बता सकें कि दिस इज़ द एरिया वेयर द इंटरवेंशंस मे बी रिक्वायर्ड. सो अभी जो हम काम कर रहे हैं, आई विल जस्ट गिव 3 एग्जांपल्स टू यू फ्रॉम द रीजन, 2 फ्रॉम एशियन रीजन एंड 1 फ्रॉम द अफ्रीकन रीजन. राइट नाउ विद द इंडोनेशिया गवर्नमेंट, we are trying to work with them for the implementation of their disaster risk financing strategy, and we're trying to look at how we can identify certain financial risk financing instruments that can be, deployed or identified at the national as well as the provincial level. And this is the kind of work which we are also doing in Pakistan, and we also supported National Disaster Risk Management Fund in, developing their national disaster risk financing strategy, जिसके अंदर डेफिनेटली जो सॉवरेन रिस्क फाइनेंसिंग का एलिमेंट है वो हमने उसमें थोड़ा सा कवर किया है. सेकेंडली, आई वुड लाइक टू गिव एन एग्जांपल ऑफ वियतनाम, वेयर वी आर ट्राइंग टू वर्क विद द वल्नरेबल कम्युनिटी, and we are working with the regulator as well as their Department of Agriculture, so that we can identify certain agriculture or crop related laws as well, amend them and also refine them for inclusion of certain kind of regulatory requirements, so that कि farmers को ज़्यादा बेहतर पे आउट मिल सके. Similarly, वियतनाम में हम लोग उनके वुमेन जो लेड हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, उनके साथ भी काम कर रहे हैं, ताकि डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल्स जो कि माइक्रो फाइनेंस के मद में आते हैं उनको हम थोड़ा सा बेहतर कर सकें. अगर मैं अफ्रीका की बात करूं तो घाना में UNDP ने सपोर्ट किया है पैरामेट्रिक इंश्योरेंस सोल्यूशन फ्लड्स के ऊपर बनाने के ऊपर, और वो सोल्यूशन ऐसा है कि ये गवर्नमेंट को फैसिलिटेट करेगा कि जैसे भी आपके जो भी कम्युनिटी लेवल के ऊपर और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेवल के ऊपर भी जो भी आपके डैमेजेस हैं उसमें गवर्नमेंट जल्द से जल्द पे आउट्स कर सके. तो जो मैं कहना चाह रही हूँ वो ये है कि UNDP का जो काम है वो पूरा होलिस्टिक है. इट कम्स फ्रॉम द मैक्रो लेवल टू द माइक्रो लेवल. सो वी स्टार्ट विद सपोर्टिंग द गवर्नमेंट and the policy makers in identifying their needs and the regulations as well. Then we also support in development of products, be at the sovereign level or at the industry level, and we also identify value propositions which could lead to the solutions which could be identified for inclusive insurance and risk financing. So this is how we ensure that the vulnerable communities can be targeted and can also be included in the system, and insurance penetration can be increased, including the financial resilience and other aspects.
Zabardast.
Thank you.
No, I think this is very crucial that as Pakistan, we need to learn from other countries what they have done to increase the penetration and address the needs of different segments. और इसी तरह के एक segment जो segment तो नहीं कह सकते, but एक जो need थी वो तकाफुल की थी. And so my question is to Gibran, and primarily around तकाफुल. पाकिस्तान में इस्लामिक बैंकिंग जो जब मीज़ान बैंक लेकर आया तो आज दे आर नाउ द बिगेस्ट बैंक इन टर्म्स ऑफ मार्केट कैप ऑन स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, बिगर देन HBL, have penetrated quite well. Why are we seeing the same trend in Pakistan when it comes to takaful coverage, insurance/insurance? So Gibran, what's your take on that? Are we moving towards that? Because culture की need थी, लोग कहते हैं कि जब तक शरिया compliant product नहीं होगा तो insurance नहीं ज़्यादा लोग खरीद रहे because शरिया compliant नहीं है. अब सलाम तकाफुल is a pure takaful company. Pakata takaful is there. Other companies are offering window takaful. So are we seeing that shift, and what more needs to be done to increase? And would this become our way of increasing penetration of insurance in Pakistan? Would Takaful be our way of, you know, getting it out there to the masses?
Assalamu alaikum everyone. As far as Takaful is concerned, अगर हम पिछले at the least 5 से 7 साल की जर्नी को देखते हैं तो the numbers suggest that around 9 to 12% तकाफुल का शेयर रहा है of the overall insurance sector, और ये हमें ग्रो करता हुआ नज़र नहीं आया ओवर द प्रीवियस फ्यू ईयर्स। जबकि दूसरी साइड पर हम ये देख रहे हैं कि इस्लामिक बैंकिंग ग्रो भी कर रही है, जो आपका नॉन बैंक फाइनेंस कंपनीज़ वाला सेक्टर है वो भी ग्रो कर रहा है। डिफरेंट इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जिसमें तकाफुल को जो है ना वो फोर फ्रंट पर रखा जा रहा है, डिफरेंट डिस्कशंस हैं, बट वी आरंट सीइंग द नंबर्स। सो व्हाट वी ट्राइड टू डू एट SECP, we actually tried to dig down further into the data and see whether there is a case for Takaful or not, and whether it is absolutely true that Takaful is not growing or not penetrating into the market. So what we actually did a round table in August of 2024, और वहाँ पर हमने showcase भी किया था डाटा को। It is part of our annual publication on insurance industry statistics. तो डाटा ये suggest कर रहा है कि अगर for example हम फैमिली तकाफुल को देखें तो फैमिली तकाफुल साइड पे जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंश्योरर्स हैं और जो पब्लिक सेक्टर के इंश्योरेंस हैं, यू नीड टू डिस्टिंग्विश बिटवीन द टू सेगमेंट्स इन ऑर्डर टू एक्चुअली कैप्चर के वेयर द डाटा लाइज। जब हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर को देख रहे हैं तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में फॉर एग्जांपल टोटल प्रीमियम पाई का, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के टोटल प्रीमियम पाई का 35% इज़ कमिंग फ्रॉम तकाफुल बिजनेस। अगर हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर के फर्स्ट ईयर प्रीमियम को देख रहे हैं तो फर्स्ट ईयर प्रीमियम के अंदर हमने ये देखा कि लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी जो प्राइवेट साइड पे काम कर रही हैं 45% ऑफ देयर न्यू बिजनेस इज़ कमिंग फ्रॉम तकाफुल। अगर मैं क्विकली नॉन लाइफ की भी बात करूँ विदाउट गोइंग इनटू मच डिटेल्स अबाउट द नंबर्स, तो नॉन लाइफ पे भी जो हमने इंटरनल वर्किंग्स की हैं वो ये सजेस्ट करती है कि अगर हम मोटर के पोर्टफोलियो के ऊपर बात करेंगे तो नाउ इट्स अ 50-50 डिवाइड। सो 50% मोटर इज़ बीइंग डन ऑन तकाफुल बेसिस एंड 50% इज़ बीइंग डन ऑन कन्वेंशनल बेसिस। अगर हम हेल्थ की पोर्टफोलियो की बात करें तो क्रूड नंबर्स ये सजेस्ट करते हैं कि 30% ऑफ द हेल्थ पोर्टफोलियो ऑन द नॉन लाइफ साइड इज़ फ्रॉम तकाफुल, वेयर एज 70% स्टिल इज़ विद, बट द इशू इज़ ऑन द नॉन लाइफ साइड द नंबर लाई इन द फायर एंड प्रॉपर्टी डैमेज क्लास, जहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा ग्रॉस प्रीमियम का चंक आता है। तो चूँकि वहाँ पर तकाफुल की पेनिट्रेशन नहीं हुई है एंड फॉर नोन रीजंस कि जैसे हमारे पास एडिक्वेट री तकाफुल कैपेसिटी अवेलेबल नहीं है, एंड द SECP हैज़ बीन एडवोकेटिंग on this particular front as well. So yes, to summarize, Takaful has been making inroads. We see on the life side specifically there is a demand for Takaful. Non-life side pe we can see that the Islamic banks are trying to drive the, at least to the extent of the motor portfolio, the leasing portfolio, usko drive karne ki koshish kar rahe hain, and there are numbers. TPL is sitting beside me. They have a 50% of their overall pie in Takaful coming from Takaful business. So the numbers are coming up, and with the recent amendment, the 26th constitutional amendment stating that the Islamic Republic of Pakistan needs to be riba free by January of 2028, that और ये पहले भी बात हो चुकी है in one of the panels, that puts a lot of pressure on the insurance industry as well. What is going to happen with the insurance industry overall, and that translates into better and brighter prospects for the Takaful business.
Thank you. So तकाफुल आपको लगता है वैसे this is the way forward? Would this, like, एक तो regulation है, एक तो आपके ऊपर pressure आ रहा है because the constitution amendment that has happened, but is this shift happening because of the inward reason है या outward reason है, या internally there is a, maybe they are able to find reinsurers more, that's why they're moving towards that, or is there a
on the life side, I guess there is this drive between driving from a policy. मेरे ख्याल में इंडस्ट्री पार्टिसिपेंट्स इस पे ज़्यादा बात बेहतर कर सकेंगे, what we have seen और what we are seeing, और जो इंडस्ट्री पार्टिसिपेंट्स के साथ हमारी डिस्कशन रही हैं. So for example, we were looking at business plan of one particular entity, and I was seeing a very high surge in Takaful business being suggested by them in their business plan. When I had the specific question कि why are the numbers coming in Takaful, तो their point of view was that the demand is coming from for takaful on the life side. So चूँकि life side आपकी predominantly individual driven है, तो वहाँ पर आपका ये faith element भी to a certain extent trigger होता है, and that can be solved through takaful. But on the non-life side, we need to understand maybe that it's not individualistically driven to a greater extent. The numbers that they come from corporate clients. और फॉर एग्जांपल रिक्वायरमेंट्स जैसे कि स्टेट बैंक की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी कि आपने क्रॉप लोन इंश्योरेंस देनी है, स्टेट बैंक की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी कि आपने लीजिंग पोर्टफोलियो, अपने लेंडिंग पोर्टफोलियो को आपने कवर करना है, या फिर इसके अलावा जो है ना वो कोई और जो है ना वो मैंडेटरी मोटर थर्ड पार्टी की मैंडेटरी स्कीम होगी. तो इन चीज़ों के थ्रू नॉन लाइफ सेक्टर थोड़ा ड्राइव होता है. तो फ्रॉम दैट पॉइंट मेरे ख्याल में द इंडस्ट्री स्पेशलिस्ट कैन कमेंट ऑन द नॉन लाइफ साइड वेदर देयर इज दिस जेन्युइन ड्राइव coming for takaful from the masses, or whether it's solely driven because of different factors other than the general right.
So Nayyar bhai se ye sawal पूछ लेते हैं. Nayyar bhai, you obviously are part of Salam Takaful group, which purely does takaful. So where is this uptake coming from? Are you seeing that this will be and you also launched Pakistan's first digital life insurance company. So उसको primarily उसका क्या thought process था कि यार would takaful be a game changer? Would it be a differentiator? And do you say this as similar what happened in the banking sector with Mizan Bank and other banks also now trying to mimic that? Do you think आपको भी लोग mimic करेंगे?
Actually पहले तो आपने सवाल चेंज कर दिया जो मुझे लिख के भेजा.
Sorry sir, वो मैंने out of the context है.
इसका जवाब मुझे
इसमें तो expertise है सर, यही तो आपकी.
जी, I think we are on a general takaful side basically. I think you know that there's not much retail market as such basically. It's a largely corporate market. So corporates have, in my opinion, they have no preference for us. I think as such takaful.
Such है ये.
Yeah, it's such actually. It's true actually. There may be some I think Islamic minded businessmen, but generally I think it's not. Corporates.
नहीं, मेरा भी ये ख्याल है. Obviously we are aggregator as well. We obviously place business with different insurance companies, and what we've seen personally, I can tell you that जिसको अगर आप कहे कि तकाफुल ले ले तो वो नहीं है conscious, वो तकाफुल ले लेगा, और जिसको लेनी है वो सिर्फ तकाफुल लेगा. So I think it's all as an industry we can make people move towards takaful if you want to, and I think down the road more people will realize the benefits of it and the reason of doing it, the core purpose behind it. बट जो आपको एक्चुअल सवाल पूछा था वो मैं पूछ लेता हूँ. अभी मैंने लिखा था वो मैंने, ताकि आउट ऑफ द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ना हो जाए. सो आपसे जो सवाल था वो प्राइमरली हमारी डिस्कशन हुई थी कि इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट क्या होता है. बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली अगर हमने ये कल्चरल डेवलप करना है, रेगुलेटर के साथ मिलके काम करना है, तो ये इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट होता क्या है. एज एन इंडस्ट्री हमें क्या काम करना पड़ेगा, किसको कितना रोल प्ले करना पड़ेगा. व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज़ द राइट इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट, so that as an industry we can grow and get to the masses and increase the penetration and improve the awareness side of it. So if you could talk about that.
I think one good example of an enabling environment I think will be the regulatory sandbox. I think that is a true example of a regulatory sandbox, and luckily I and Amir Saab actually I think worked for that sandbox along with Wasim Saab at that time. So I think the digital insurance companies, it's the outcome of that regulatory sandbox actually. And not only insurance sector side, I think there are P2P lending platforms, and then agriculture-based mutual funds, and then I think digital insurance broker. And I think there will be I think more such outcomes of the regulatory sandbox. So under I think the regulatory sandbox, the whole idea was to promote innovation, and there was a thought that in order to encourage innovation, there's a need to remove the regulatory uncertainty actually, because if an innovator is working on an innovation side, and he does not know that whether it will be supported by the regulatory framework or not. So that was the whole idea, that innovator and regulator work as a joint venture, and if that idea is successful, so to support that innovation, there should be a regulatory environment. So I think this is one of the example of the enabling environment.
Thank you, Nayyar Saab. So my next question is around similar, obviously एक enabling environment के लिए एक जो I think as an industry एक traditional competition तो है ही आपस में, सलाम तकाफुल, जुबली, IGI, but एक चीज़ जो I think there is a possibility of standardizing certain things. So Ali Zaidi, if I could ask you this question about कि यार as an industry competition अपनी जगह पर traditional competition, but as an industry क्या मिलके क्या चीज़ें वो जो आपको लगता है कि अभी as an industry we are missing out on, we are not doing it, we need to do more. Maybe there is one of the initiatives that SECP is taking is claim standardization या claims की जो एक repository बना रहे. What more needs to be done? और आपको क्या लगता है ये क्या चीज़ कितनी चीज़ तेज़ी से करने की ज़रूरत है? Like how important this is now? Because as consumers I can tell you, we are all consumers as well. Customers expect much better service now. एक ज़माना था बैंक्स के अंदर आप जाते थे तो आपके पास अगर हबीब बैंक का कार्ड है तो आप सिर्फ हबीब बैंक के ATM से पैसे निकाल सकते थे. अलाइड बैंक का है तो अलाइड बैंक से निकाल सकते थे. फिर एक वन लिंक एंटिटी बनी and then every bank started interconnecting with each other. And now you can go to any bank, you can do funds transfer, you can do bill payments regardless where you are. अब रास्ता आ रहा है. So there are a lot of work happening on the payment side, but insurance industry और वो वहाँ पर obviously सबने मिलकर ही काम किया. उसमें competition अपनी जगह पर है. वो कोई कहेगा कि यार मेरे अकाउंट से IBFT निकल के पैसे उसके अकाउंट में जा रहे तो मेरा डिपॉजिट कम हो रहा है. But these were the initial problems that banking also faced. So it's not just that कि इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री में भी यही जो आज किसी हद तक कंसर्न जो मैं सुनने को मिलता है कि यार वो क्लेम्स का पता चल जाएगा कि ये इंश्योरेंस कहाँ से हुई है और क्या था और XYZ whatever जो कंसर्न. आपको क्या लगता है ये कैसे क्या क्या चीज़ें जो करने की ज़रूरत है और कितना जल्दी करने की ज़रूरत है?
थैंक यू सफैन. आई थिंक काफ़ी सारे क्वेश्चंस एक साथ एक उसमें जो है ना वो आपने क्लियर कर दिए हैं. So I think we have to understand the landscape first. I mean where we operate. तो इन द मार्केट इफ़ यू सी कि क्या हमारे कस्टमर हम काफ़ी दफ़ा बात करते हैं और आपने काफ़ी शुरू के भी क्वेश्चंस पूछे दैट ऑल रिलेट्स टू द कल्चर एंड डिफरेंट टारगेट सेगमेंट्स दैट वी हैव, बी इट फीमेल्स, बी इट द सेगमेंट दैट नीड्स टू बी सर्विस विद द काफुल Gen Zs, they are all part of the overall target segment that insurance companies have. तो आई थिंक सबसे पहली ज़रूरत तो ये है कि वी अंडरस्टैंड where we operate and what are the requirements and what is the understanding of insurance in that landscape. Generally there is a perception कि लोगों के का जो है ना पुल नहीं है for insurance and we make new products और लोग खरीदते नहीं हैं. It's not like कि people are risk averse कि उनको पता नहीं है कि risk क्या है or they don't want to cover their risk. We have seen that we buy mobile phones, we buy a cover with it, we buy a house, we block our homes, we don't leave our wallets in the open. So this all shows that we know that there is risk that needs to be mitigated. So people have understanding of risk mitigation to some level, but when it comes to insurance, the expectations are not aligned with what the industry is offering at the moment. How can we bring both together? There are multiple, of course, things that needs to be done. So I was listening to the second panel, and when they asked that how many people in the insurance industry have bought insurance themselves, right? And the penetration or the hands that were raised were very low. Which goes on to show that even as insurance industry, people working in the insurance industry are not very convinced about the products that are being sold by the industry. So that is one of the challenges. Then communication also, because during that conversation it was said that there are no products for retail mobile insurance, or for example products like cyber insurance are missing, and I know personally working in the insurance industry that one or the other insurance companies are offering those products. So there is a clear communication gap or a marketing gap which is present. So that is the second challenge apart from understanding the market. The third is also the size of the insurance companies and the investment that have been made in the insurance industry. I think lacks the sort of innovation capital which is required for all of these new initiatives. So if you see, and I think people in the industry will second that, like the investments that we see in the banking industry or certain other industries, that has not been the case. And in fact, most of the foreign players have exited out of Pakistan in the last 2 decades. So what has happened is that all the insurance companies have limited capacity to work on limited sort of products, and they are happy doing what they have been doing for the past 5, 10, 70 years, I would say. So there are multiple challenges, and I think everything needs to be addressed one by one. When you say that, of course, competition is not there. We are 250 million people population, 0.3% penetration on the non-life insurance, maybe less than 1% on the life side as well.
So there is a lot of room to collaborate and bring in new products. SCCP floated a study on motor insurance, for example, that 70 million vehicles, 30 million vehicles, I think, and only 900,000 are insured. Agri, which is 26-27% of our total GDP, less than 1% premiums come from that segment. So a lot of room for growth where collaborations can happen. I think SCCP, and I think we should appreciate SCCP as well, and Amir Saab is here, and the team is here as well, and there needs to be appreciation for them as well, that in the recent past they have pushed the industry to bring in new initiatives. So like you were saying that there is auto insurance repository being made, where all the insurance companies are collaborating. There is we are talking about the Agri initiative and creating a pool for different countries, companies or insurers to collaborate and bring in Agri insurance for the masses. So these initiatives have started taking place, but I think there needs to be a push from the insurance industry where they need to understand what the customer wants, what is there to be offered. And also they can, of course, we have a regulator who's very open to new ideas. They have launched, sandbox is available for incubating new ideas. They're very open if you go to them and ask for certain approvals. So I think we are lucky as an industry at the moment that we have a very active team at SCCP, and we should take benefit from it. Apart from that, I think in terms of investment, there is an initiative taken recently, and I hope that it goes well, is the increasing the minimum capital requirement. And there have been some, I think some companies are reluctant to increase, for this regulation. But generally what I feel is that when the capital increases and when there is more collaborations or M&As happening, or foreign investment coming in, or more investment coming into these insurance companies, they will have the sort of innovative capital available to try new products, try new ideas, and like you were mentioning that the digital initiatives can be taken by these companies then.
No, I think I love that word, innovation capital. I think it's much needed. It's not just talks about कि यार हमने innovation करनी है. We need to put money behind it as well, to invest time, find resources, train people on that, and obviously do customer research. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to come out with innovation, because innovation के लिए एक चीज़ जो बड़ी important है वो है experimentation, और experimentation का जो outcome है वो उमूमन failure में होता है. So we need to, as an industry, we need to be ready to innovate, fail, and understand a customer to build it. एक आखिरी सवाल का टाइम हमारा बिल्कुल शॉर्ट है. आई थिंक आई हैव बीन टोल्ड दैट दिस इज़ द आई एम एट द एंड. जस्ट वन क्वेश्चन आई वांट टू आस्क खबर भाई, और वो ये है कि रेगुलेटर अपना काम कर रहा है माशाल्लाह से. डेटा पहली मरतबा मतलब पिछले कुछ 2 सालों में इतना डेटा बाहर आया है दैट आई एम रियली ग्लैड टू नो केयर व्हाट इज़, हु इज़ इंश्योर्ड, व्हाट इज़ बीइंग इंश्योर्ड, व्हाट इज़ नॉट इंश्योर्ड. लॉट ऑफ सैंडबॉक्स की बात हुई, वो भी काम हो रहा है. लेकिन कुछ सेल्फ रेगुलेशन की भी बात कर ले खबर भाई. तो अगर इंडस्ट्री जो है हमारी, उसको भी कुछ सेल्फ रेगुलेट होने की ज़रूरत है. आपकी एक एसोसिएशन भी है, इंश्योरेंस एसोसिएशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान. व्हाट इज़ इट डू यू थिंक यार हमें ये साथ मिलके इनका काम करना चाहिए? इंतज़ार नहीं करना चाहिए कि रेगुलेटर सिर्फ बताएगा, डिक्टेट करेंगे, हम कैपिटल बढ़ाने की बात हो गई, बस उनका इंतज़ार करें. व्हाट इज़ इट दैट वी नीड टू डू एज एन इंडस्ट्री आवरसेल्व्स?
नहीं सप्तान, मेरा आई थिंक व्हाट आई बिलीव इज़ that we can't put the full blame to the regulators. I think regulators are doing a great job in Pakistan. If you talk about health repository, you talk about the motor repository, I think sandbox. So I think the regulator is doing a great job. What is happening is that IAP also doing a great job, but they're a little bit under-service. I mean, they are not trying to collaborate the industry so that we can lay foundations for the digitization bus. Now I tell you what is happening. I mean, I just want to go a little bit behind, right? Supplier को पता नहीं है कि supply क्या करनी है, demand वाले को पता नहीं है कि हमें demand क्या करना है, और जो consumer है वो alpha और वो है, तो हमें समझ में नहीं आ रही हो क्या रहा है. मतलब how can we translate that? So I think probably we need a lot of collaboration. आई थिंक IAP में अगर आप IAP की देखें तो उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया है. लेकिन आई वॉज जस्ट चेकिंग इट आउट कि अभी इलेक्शंस हुए हैं, उसमें वी डोंट हैव अ कमेटी हु इज़ एक्चुअली सर्विंग द डिजिटल इंश्योरेंस. मतलब यू हैव अ कमेटी फॉर मरीन, यू हैव अ कमेटी फॉर मिसलिनियस, ट्रेडिशनल लाइन्स की कमेटीज़ हैं, लेकिन इनोवेशन और डिजिटाइजेशन पे कोई नहीं हो रही. स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इज़ वन थिंग, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इज़ द बेसिक एलिमेंट. अगर आपकी इंडस्ट्री में स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं होगी, आप डिजिटाइजेशन पे नहीं जा सकते. एक और पर्सपेक्टिव मैं आपको देता हूँ. आप देखें, अगर लैंडस्केप के हिसाब से देखते हैं तो टॉप 3 कंपनीज, जो टॉप 2 कंपनीज विच इज़ EFU एंड आदमजी इंश्योरेंस, दे आर ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 80 बिलियन का पोर्टफोलियो साइज़ है उसका. मतलब अराउंड 45 बिलियन जो है वो EFU है, अराउंड 40 बिलियन करीब आदमजी है. देन यू हैव द थर्ड प्लेयर विच इज़ जुबली विच इज़ अराउंड ऑन 20 बिलियन ऑन द जनरल साइड आई एम सेइंग. ठीक है. और हमारे पास जो फोर्थ प्लेयर है विच इज़ IGI इज समथिंग. So the top 4 players, unless the change will not come from the 50% of the industry, how can you expect the rest 27 of the 27 people to play the game? So I think probably ये जो top players हैं, जो major players in the market हैं, they have to come into the mainstream and they have to do it. Standardization is one thing, collaboration is the key. IAP जो है उसको collaboration करनी है. We can actually form an incubation center with the help of Pakistan Institute of Insurance. We have Pakistan Institute of Insurance. हम एक incubation center बना सकते हैं और उसके अंदर हम सारा create कर सकते हैं. So we have resources, but I don't know. I mean, who will going to pull the strings and then get to do it? Committee form करें आप इसको.
Nayar bhai, you want to add something?
Yeah. Actually, just I wanted to comment on the I think IAP's role actually. I think I'm also on the EC of the IAP and Ali is also on the EC of the IAP. So I think the new EC of the IAP I think quite I would say quite dynamic and they want to do many things. And on self-regulation side, I have been asked to give a presentation on the self-regulation. And similarly, and then in the next meeting, I have been asked to give a presentation on the outcome of the sandbox. So I think these are the 2 areas in which the IAP is moving, I think.
So a lot of background work is going on.
Yeah.
Zabardast. I think this is great news to hear. The regulator is putting the data out, regulating, self-regulation is happening. Ali Zaidi is going to bring us innovation capital from somewhere, and inshallah we'll progress as an industry. I don't have enough time to ask more questions. I would have, so I'll just end it here.
सत्यान एक लास्ट चीज़ मुझे, मैं ये कहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान इंडस्ट्री इतना प्रीमियम सीट करती है इंटरनेशनल मार्केट के अंदर. I mean, I think probably 50-60% of the local market business goes out in the reinsurance. We should actually request international market to provide us intern programs and educational programs to our youth, so that हम जो नए लोगों को अपने उसके अंदर उसमें लेकर आएं, collaborations में लेकर आएं.
Thank you, Kaval.
Apologies everyone, we're a little short on time, which is why we cannot open the floor for questions. However, our panelists will be available after the conference ends, so anybody has any questions, please feel free to approach any one of them. I would like to take a moment to thank our panelists and our moderator for sharing such an invigorating session and sharing their insights on the future trends of the insurance sector. I would like to invite Mr. Amir Khan, Commissioner SECP, on the stage so that he may give the token of appreciation to our panelists. We will be starting with our moderator, Mr. Siptan Javani. Oh, do the picture first, sorry. Mr. Nayyar Hussain. Mr. Sayyid Ali Hassan Zaidi. Mr. Gibran Karacha. Miss Fatma Bano. Mr. Khavar Osama. Ms. Sana Ehsan. Thank you once again. Please give us a few moments and then we will begin our last session. As promised, we have an extremely exciting session coming up. It is a fireside chat between two influential leaders of our insurance and regulatory landscape. None other than Mr. Amir Khan, Commissioner SECP, and Ms. Neelufar Sohail, General Manager of EFU Life Insurance. I would like to invite Mr. Amir Khan and Ms. Neelufar Sohail onto the stage, please.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I think आज का day has been very super productive throughout. हमने बहुत अच्छे panels सुने, very relevant topics. Once again, my congratulations to Pakistan FinTech Network for conducting this brilliant Insurtech Summit, the second in the row, or inshallah many more to come. The person who sits right next to me needs no introduction. I think ये हम पूरे जितने audience यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं उन सब की luck है that we are hearing to Mr. Amir Khan, who is the Commissioner Insurance SECP. आमिर साहब के लिए कुछ भी कहना I think words कम हो जाएंगे, but वो दास्तान चलती रहेगी. It's my honor, sir, to have a fireside chat with you and to have a discussion with you. I think हम discussion करेंगे various areas पे क्योंकि सब बहुत keen हैं to know more about insurance. But it is very interesting कि ये wave start कैसे हुई. I think I would like to mention that last 3 years I would say have been tremendous when it comes to digital transformation की जब हम बात करते हैं, हम एक पूरी new approach की बात करते हैं, हम एक change की बात करते हैं, the way people look at insurance की बात करते हैं. It's very, it's a funny thing, but I would like to mention कि I was having a discussion with some people, or they mentioned that पहले ये होता था कि within SECP also, इंश्योरेंस जैसा जो हमारा इंडस्ट्री का हिसाब किताब है एग्जैक्टली वैसा ही था. सो लाइक आर इंडस्ट्री एवरीवन फियर्स कि वो एजेंट विद अ बैग विल कम टू अस, अप्रोच अस, लेट्स रन अवे. वही एक वाला था, ग्रे हेयर्स, नो विमेन, नो न्यू टॉपिक्स, नो चेंज, नो टेक्नोलॉजी. उसी तरह से आई वॉज हैविंग अ कॉन्वर्जेसन कि इसी तरह से इंश्योरेंस में भी विद इन SECP लोगों की जो न्यू यंग जनरेशन थी या न्यू कमर्स थे या MT प्रोग्राम या IG प्रोग्राम, उनकी इतनी प्रेफरेंस नहीं थी. But up that has also changed and people are really focused because they see every day a new thing happening within insurance. और हम भी as an industry इस time को बहुत enjoy कर रहे हैं. I think अगर हम सब इस journey को देखें, so last few years we have seen a lot of transformation happening in terms of last year we had an excellent Insure Impact conference arranged. उसके अलावा we have now, अभी डेटा की बहुत बात हुई, रिपोजिटरीज पे बहुत काम हुआ है. We have such nice good published reports. एक चीज़ जो हम पहले बात करते थे कि हमारे पास कोई अपनी एज इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री ऐसी स्टैट्स नहीं है, हमारे पास ऐसी रिपोर्ट्स नहीं है that the world can read and know about Pakistan. So I would also mention the last few days I was at an international conference of inclusive insurance in Nepal and people really were mentioning Pakistan, and one of the very core reason is SECP has been the transformation that they have brought कि पाकिस्तान जो कि पहले topics of discussion में भी नहीं होता था, now it holds an important place. People are now seeing कि पाकिस्तान में क्यों क्या चीज़ नहीं हो रही है. So Amir साहब, on to you when we talk about digital transformation. एक चीज़ जो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है वो है कि द स्टेप्स दैट SECP हैज़ टेकन, मैंने तो शायद बहुत कम का जिक्र कर पाई होंगी, देर आर मैनी अदर्स, बट विल यू ऑल्सो ले सम एम्फेसिस ऑन, दुनिया अब एक नई डायरेक्शन में चल रही है विच इज़ द ESG गाइडलाइंस, DEI principles, and that is impacting everyone. So that is not just impacting insurance industry, जिस market में हम operate करते हैं, जो players हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं, the country overall. So how do you think this will also transform the insurance industry, and how can an insurance industry play an active role in ESG and DEI guidelines?
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your very generous comments. सबसे पहले तो ये मैडम कि I personally feel that what we are seeing globally is that the known risks are amplifying and unknown risks continue to emerge. That's the kind of environment that we are living in. We did not realize or we did not expect that floods in Spain could create so much havoc. Floods in Mozambique could destroy whole livelihoods, and these are events of just the last 2 weeks. We could not, a few years back or a decade back, that a change or a American presidential race could make major changes towards the asset allocation and towards the way the markets behave. So what we are faced with is definitely a very unique situation globally at this point in time in terms of insurance industry. And I think the way insurance industry has progressed over the last few decades, the next decade has to be very significantly different compared to that. I also feel that while we do not see a lot of focus at this point in time by the Pakistani regulator on issues like ESG, these are issues which are very close to the heart of SECP. And when we talk about, I'll come to the S part or DEI part a little bit later, but I think in terms of our emphasis on transformative digitalization, we all know that there can be biases that algorithms can create. There can be people which can be tagged in an unfair manner. So from when we look at ESG perspective, it's not just the fact that environment is the only thing. I mean, you have to look at sustainability part, and you have to look at the inclusiveness part, you have to look at the equity part. So I would just say that these are very, very important things to the commission and the regulator at this point in time. And if you look at the way the 5-year strategic plan, Insured Pakistan strategic plan is concerned, all these things are issued. There is obviously a logical sequencing, but I would definitely say that inclusiveness, pricing, fairness in pricing, transparency of pricing, these are all issues which go to this space of ESG and DEI and resonate with regulators all over the world. And Pakistan is no different. I think it's just that the stage at which the industry is, we need to do this. And one final word that I would say about environment is that there is a whole world of regulation that is taking place globally. There is a whole lot of disclosures that are taking place at this point in time. And a lot of times people were more focused on the liability side or the asset side. But I think now that distinction is not there. So regulators, policymakers are going to continue to look very closely at both sides. So how are you allocating your assets, and what kind of ESG or DEI issues that raises? I think as we move along, those issues will become very pertinent. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but I just wanted to address it.
No, thank you, sir. It was very well addressed. So as Amir Saab said, we can't look at things in isolation. We have to look at the market in which we are operating. अगर हमें we are creating something for our balance sheet, तो उन stakeholders को we can't ignore, जिनका एक बहुत important role है in the market, जो हमारे साथ operate कर रहे हैं, जो directly शायद impact ना हो रहे हों, but we also will have to look at it कि वो indirectly कैसे impact हो रहे हैं. हमें शायद वो जो responsible finance वाला concept है, that is very important कि every company then embeds that principle. और ESG और DEI are very useful mechanisms जो हमें वो achieve करने में हमारी help कर सकते हैं. So आमिर साहब, जब हम industry की digital transformation की बात करते हैं, do you think that there is certain timelines or milestones that you would like or SECP would like insurance industry to follow, and where do you see the industry in like next 5-10 years?
I would slightly step back from it and say कि what happened globally. So अगर हम globally देखें तो आज से 10 साल पहले people were in a very good position in terms of data, having all the data and putting it in the right form and shape. So then that thing moved on to open source data, and then data becoming available across industries, across markets, and that being used by the insurers, where we are at this stage. I think the next thing that has happened globally is the home devices and the interconnected devices. So if you have a car that creates data and that speaks to what you have on your wrist, and that speaks to what you hold close to your ear, and that also ties in with the home appliances, Siri or whatever you want to call it, the home assistant, and many other devices that are already there. And while we talk about this, we are also talking about footwear, which is going to get connected into it, and we are talking about eyeglasses already, which are going to connect and create data. So the data volume has obviously expanded a lot and will continue to expand further. So that is the other thing. I think another thing that is happening that we are seeing globally is the role that robotics is increasingly playing. Whether it is self-driven cars, whether it is robots that are going to help you do things at home, or robots that are going to take care of dangerous or hazardous work at workplace, or 3D printed buildings. So there is a lot of things that are going to happen which are going to bring all of this into the insurance space and are going to have impacts on the insurance. The fourth thing which I think is critical is the role that generative AI. Now remember, most Western economies, generative AI is now being deployed in practical applications across the insurance landscape. And if you look at that and you compare that now with which people are talking about is the CNN or the convolutional neural networks, which mimic human thinking and human reasoning, those things are also now at the cusp of it. So in a way, you know, I would say that the whole technology and AI bit and very advanced AI bit, I would say, is really at an inflection point. Now, what does the industry need to do in these situations? Now, the first thing is data. We are clearly 10 years behind. I would be the first to admit that. Once we have the data which is internal, then you have to have it cleansed, you have to have it in a form and a shape where you can manipulate it and use it for inferential purposes. Once you've done that, you need to put up another layer of external data, because this is only internal data. You need to connect it to external data. And once you have that, then hopefully you move towards open source, and you move towards open source, and then you also have to decide on technologies that you need to use. And 3 technologies that come immediately to mind are AI, which I talked about in detail, machine learning, which is very important when you are doing repetitive works or when you are trying to bring in operational efficiency into your operations. And then blockchain, which is very important from encryption, security purposes, managing records in a very confidential manner. So that is a very critical area. So that is a selection of technology. Now, this sounds already like a lot, what I've talked so far about. But frankly, this is still the easy part. The difficult part then comes in when you talk about technology, when you talk about data, you need people who can use this. And that is where you need to invest in your skilled workforce. And I'm talking about a skilled workforce. Normally, this is not the stuff that your normal CTO is going to pull off for you. This is a discussion that I was having with my IT team colleagues this morning here, who are here present with us today, that this is not a CTO or his team who are going to basically run this. You need the buy-in from everybody who whether it's marketing, whether it's distribution, whether it is expense, the teams that monitor expenses, and so on and so forth, and the teams that process claims. And you need to have a whole crop of data scientists, data architects, you need customer experience specialists, and a whole lot of other people who can actually take you on that journey where you take that data and those technologies and convert it into a body or an engine which can influence decision making. And now wait for the most difficult part, which is the last part that I'm going to talk about, is basically what you would refer to as the culture. And there's an old adage that culture eats strategy every day. So remember that I think is very important, that you need to get that buy-in. I was reading an OECD study some days back, and it said that managements who try to introduce AI are doubted 3 times more than managements by their employees, 3 times more if they are trying to introduce AI. So I'm talking about the West. So there are clearly very strong biases. Now, to your last part, which I think you were more interested in, I'll just quickly go over it. I think we have a plan, which is great news. I think we have commitment from the regulator in the industry, which is even better news. And I think we have the technical skill set and the sense of urgency that we need to put all of these things together and lead to this digital transformation. But remember, transformation is a journey, it is not a destination. So we are looking at, I would say, 7 to 10 years of concerted effort, focus from all parties concerned, to be able to get to a level where data-based decision making and data-based organizations are created in the insurance sector.
Thank you, Amir Saab. I think very, very insightful. So many important points touched upon in that answer. एक sentence में अगर sum up करें तो change is the only constant, जो we all know. The world is changing, the technologies are changing, we are evolving every day. अगर हम जो आमिर साहब ने कहा, अगर हम थोड़ा सा past में चले जाएं तो I think last conference तक we were around, और last to last जब हम meet up करते थे, it was about the data is the new oil, और हर कोई इसी theme पर कुछ ना कुछ discussion कर रहा होता था. आज हमने सुबह से और previous last year में we have seen AI taking over. हमने AI पे बहुत सुना and we are seeing कि AI has the power, has the transformation. ये सारी technologies are very important if we want to change, if we want to go to the next step. I think and I would request you to add here कि इन सब technologies को जब हम implement कर रहे हो तो एक factor बहुत it becomes very very important और वो है customer experience, seeing ourselves from the lens of our customers. और again वो किसी जैसे आमिर साहब ने बिल्कुल rightly point out किया कि वो सिर्फ कस्टमर सर्विसेज का काम नहीं है कस्टमर को सर्विस करना या सीइंग फ्रॉम दैट लेंस, मार्केटिंग का काम नहीं है उसको अप्रोप्रिएटली मार्केट करना. इट्स अबाउट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. व्हेन यू स्पीक कि आपका आज का कस्टमर व्हाट इज़ ही डिमांडिंग फ्रॉम यू एंड व्हाट आर योर इमर्जिंग कस्टमर्स जो आज आपके कस्टमर्स नहीं हैं बट अगेन द यूथ दैट वी ऑल आर वेरी प्राउड अबाउट एट पाकिस्तान. What are their demands? So Amir Saab, what are your views about an ideal customer journey for a complicated insurance product?
देखिए, एक तो I'll share with you that this is a question that I asked. I was at the OLIS seminar, which is the only foreign visit that I've done in the last 6 years as a commissioner. And the reason why I went there was because I thought that that will provide me an opportunity to look at perhaps one of the most, I would say, if not the most, one of the most mature insurance markets in the world. And I had a lot of discussions there with my Korean counterparts who were attending it, the Japanese counterparts, obviously the trainers and the entire group of people who were coming and speaking at that event, and also from the Taipei area, because these are again markets which are very very mature. And I was surprised, and this morning when the new Chief Executive of Insurance Association of Pakistan was speaking that insurance agents are a reality of life and that is not going to change, I would just say, I'll just put some things in perspective which can perhaps look at how that journey should be, that customer experience journey should be. Now, if you look at the financial services industry, in 2025 end, 60% of the workforce is going to be millennials and Gen Zs. Now, one of the first things that customer service requires is, and I think generally insurance is a subject globally dominated by senior resources who are more experienced and who have a certain way of doing things. Unfortunately or fortunately, that way of doing things is very different from what you need in a technology enabled environment. So that is the first thing. And as a regulator, I can tell you that the first thing we try to do is change that. And I can share with you that the average age of our insurance team is 39. So I was hearing a lot of good things being said about the insurance team and its work, and I can assure you that it is a large measure or part because of the presence of youth in that. And hopefully when I retire in 15 days time, I think that average age will go down further. So from 39 or 38, I expect it to go down further. And I think that's one of the things that needs to be looked at. The other thing, the distribution channel is that I think, and somebody talked about it, I think it was Ali Nasir probably from Jazz, which is you have to have your salespeople enabled by technology. There is, every salesperson has a role or a job which is at least 70 to 60% repetitive and can very easily benefit from AI and machine learning. And the way to do it is to, one, train your workforce in a manner that they can use this. And your customer experience should be a hybrid customer experience. It should not just focus on human contact as we see in Japan, as was talked about this morning in the first opening comment. I think it has to be a very solid hybrid experience where where technologies like AI, machine learning, and automatic processing is a large part of it. We also do not need to focus so much on human interface and servicing in person. I think we need to be able to use digital technologies, and we should be able to combine it with, now I would just tell you, if you look at the demographics in Pakistan, and the demographics generally globally, it's said that about 80%, 78 to 77% people looking for insurance services globally are okay with dealing with a chatbot or with a digital distribution mechanism. 60% of them feel that they can actually convert it into sales as well. They are willing to buy from them as well. So not only are they willing to interact and get customer service from them, they are also willing to buy from these channels. And I think that's something which is going to change. Now, yes, an counter argument could be that we are not as educated, we don't have as much digital savviness available, we do not have so much access. But I think these are really all excuses, because if you look at today, even if you need some kind of a house help, they have a cell phone, they understand a digital message that you send to them, they respond to it, they are able to collect their BISP from that, they are able to take certain decisions on that basis. Farmers are using held-in devices for agriculture, input, seeds, weather follow-up. So there is a lot of space in there. So to summarize the answer, I think what we need is a combination of human, but a very major part of the repetitive tasks being performed by AI, by ML related engines, and also for servicing purposes, I think chatbots have to be there. We at SCCP have experimented with a chatbot. Now, we are not an insurance industry, but we are a very complex organization in terms of the information and the variety and the depth of information that is needed. And we feel that it's possible to do it at SCCP, which is a public sector organization. So for private sector organizations, I think those are the things. And definitely again in claim management side, again this is something which is very important, that a lot of redundant or routine things are taken care of through digital means, and that will definitely improve the customer service.
Thank you, Amir Saab. While you were speaking, there were so many things that were also coming in my mind. So just to add on that, yes, when we talk about insurance in Pakistan and we think how can one buy insurance from chatbot, maybe it looks like a distant thing to us. But agar hum imagine kare what our fathers and what our grandfathers used to do with banking. So jab tak wo ek banker ke paas jaakar baith ke, they didn't used to have a coffee with them, wo shayad डिपॉजिट अकाउंट में पैसे नहीं डाल देते. आई थिंक दिस इज़ अ रियल थिंग दैट वाज हैपनिंग विद ऑल ऑफ अस, राइट? और आज हमारी जनरेशन और यूथ, दे डोंट वांट टू गो टू अ ब्रांच, दे वांट टू ऑपरेट एवरीथिंग ऑन मोबाइल. अगेन एक वो वाली पॉपुलेशन है. देन देयर इज़ अ पॉपुलेशन, जैसे आमिर साहब राइटली मैंशनड, जो इवन हमारा वो सेगमेंट जो थोड़ा अंडर सर्व्ड है. इफ़ यू रियली टॉक टू देम, यू वुड नो, दे वुड नो द मोबाइल पैकेजेस बेटर देन यू, एंड दैट्स अ रियलिटी. ये वो वाली चेंज है जो हमारी हो रही है. सो वेरी राइटली पॉइंटेड आउट कि ह्यूमन फैक्टर शायद एलिमिनेट नहीं होगा, बट टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हमें हेल्प करेंगी उसे एफिशिएंट बनाने में, फास्ट प्रोसेसिंग में, टू रीच आउट बेटर, टू even to decrease our cost. I think that is also one area जहाँ technology can play a very important role. So human factor would be there, but enabled and coupled with technology, and technology acting as enabler in various other functions. Amir Saab, it's always said ki if you want to go fast, you can go alone, but if you want to go far, you have to go together. So what is your view on collaboration of insurance industry with the regulator? If you ask my perspective, I think that has been superb till now. I think jab bhi we have went to a regulator with any problem, and many of the people in the panel were speaking the same thing. But I would also love to have the regulatory perspective on what's your view on collaboration between the industry and the regulator.
So अगर आप देखिए कि जो 5-year strategic insured Pakistan plan है, it lays a special emphasis on two areas. One is the presence of data and the openness of this data, and the second thing is collaboration, and the together of these two things leading to interaction between fintechs, insurtech companies, and other players, where it can actually lead to जैसे बोलिए innovation. So my personal view on this, is that I'm sorry, there's too much crosstalk going on. Can you keep the volume low? I know it's important for your discussion, but if the volume is just kept low, thank you. So I think it is very important to have that kind of, I'm sorry, I've lost my thread. Can you just refocus the question, please?
Yeah, just the question was on the collaboration between
Right, collaboration, I'm sorry. So if we go look at collaboration, I think one of the things that we have to understand, and I talked about earlier, that with open source data, what is going to happen is that information is going to become available across geographies and across industries. And one other thing that I learned, and I've been a salesperson for a better part of my life, that the customer doesn't belong to any particular company. Anybody who suffers from that fallacy is in the end disappointed sorely. The customer belongs to the ecosystem, and the ecosystem really is a very complex space to try and keep somebody straight-jacketed within your own influence and have them for life. Yes, you can do that if you want to maintain a normal, a very linear kind of a growth trajectory, but if you want exponential growth, then that's not the kind of approach that you can take. So I think it's in the industry's interest to collaborate, definitely. And if you look at globally, what is happening is that there are pieces, bits and pieces that people are doing very well that can be used. There are certain Insurtechs which are only providing technological support. There are also Insurtechs which are fronting the business for other companies. The only thing that is important there is, I think, which needs to be taken with a pinch of salt, is that we have seen globally some of these people aggressively trying to push products that have then led to very high claim ratios. And some insurance companies or reinsurance companies have burnt their fingers in the process. And I'll narrate to you a personal example that I was, at some point in time, I used to head the institutional sales at one of the leading banks here in Pakistan. And there was an overzealous salesperson who went ahead and sold an interest rate derivative, and guess what, to an insurance company, which didn't work out in the favor of that company. And the result of that was that that market died, and for years after that we could not sell a single product again. So I think collaboration is very critical and important, but it also at the same time the fairness of pricing and the close oversight and governance of how that price is being arrived at is very important as well.
Great, I think so. The collaboration not just gives the industry a new perspective, a collaboration, a support, but also then they are always very cognizant of the fact that they have to be responsible. They just don't have to look the problem they have now, but what impact or what repercussions or what help that will be available to them in years for now. So looking at it from that perspective, the collaboration with the regulator becomes extremely important. So Amir Saab, my next question, being true to this conference and to this topic, that the opportunity and growth areas that you see for digital insurance, and how do you see Pakistan positioning itself as a leader in digital insurance globally?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, in your first question on where we stand today and what the trajectory looks like, I did mention that we are a little bit behind on the IT bandwagon, and I quickly touching upon those things is that definitely we do not have data in the form and shape in which we have. We do not have organizations that are deeply integrated across lines of business and across functions digitally. So those challenges are definitely there, but I think there are a few areas where we can move very quickly, and I think if you look at some of the areas that are growing fast, so for example, I think if I'm not mistaken, embedded insurance is going to be a $70 billion industry in a few years' time. So that is an area where there's definitely a lot of scope. Home insurance is another area. Motor vehicle, already I think there are some legal challenges to it. That's going to be there, and that can also be driven by technology. I also think that companies like at Bay or Bay, I think, is the one which sells cybersecurity globally. I think that is a very big risk because again, cybersecurity is something which is going to grow big in terms of an asset class or a risk that needs to be managed and secured. I think also insurance is somewhat globally taking a slightly different view from assessing and paying to mitigating and preventing kind of a model. So there is the ability, and when I talked earlier about ESG and DEI, those were the kind of things that we need to see in terms of what we can do on the consulting side of risk mitigation and not just selling blank insurance. But having said all of that, to be able to lead the world, I will just share a couple of numbers with you. So investment in generative AI in 2022 was close to $5 billion, I'm sorry. In 2032, in 10 years, it is going to multiply by a factor of 17 times to go to $80 billion. Now, that's the kind of money at play to get to those kind of products where you become a global leader or a regional leader even. But I think we do have, as I said at the beginning, that we do have the roadmap, we do have the commitment, we do have a very strong working relationship now emerging between the regulator and the industry, and also between the industry players and telcos, and these were things that were all set in motion a few years back, jointly by the industry, by telcos, by banks, by AMCs. I remember in some of our roundtables we invited AMCs and banks and other organizations. So I think all this collaboration can make a big difference. But I think one area where we can really outshine, sorry I missed that, is the Kafel. Because I think we have a very large unmet demand because of that, and Gibran was earlier talking about it. So that is another area I think where we can make progress. But to be able to be at the cutting edge of technology, the kind of dollar investment that is taking place globally, we don't have to replicate that, by the way. You don't have to spend the same amount of dollars. We can learn from them and do those things cheaper and with more efficiency. But it will require that focus from senior management levels and from the regulator to actually develop cutting edge technologies and focus on areas like, as I said, motor third party, cyber security for small businesses especially, also the Kaful, also micro insurance and those kind of areas. That's I think where a growth can, and also the use cases that somebody talked about, insurance as you need on the go, insurance that you need on the go kind of things. So and embedded insurance. So those are the kind of things where we can see some progress.
Great, Amir Saab. I think in the conference all throughout we were discussing about the encouraging things happening, and you have pointed a few which have a lot of opportunities. So companies are now partnering, collaborating, offering micro insurance, digital insurance, pay as you go. There is an immense opportunity with everything. Yes, as Pakistan we always and we do always count on what is going bad, but we also think that things are going in the positive direction, and if we go with that wave, certainly for an industry like insurance, which is hugely underpenetrated, there is a lot of room for digital insurance to grow and to prosper. So Amir Saab, this is my literally last question with you. I know we have taken a lot of time of yours and it is very, very insightful. So a slightly difficult one. So as industry, as players, we have certain expectations that we always think the regulator should help us on. When you see us as an industry, what expectations do you have? And I would have this question not just for the insurance industry, because I think the participants from Insurtech are there. So expectations from Insurtech, and also we have touched upon IAP in bits and pieces. So expectations of SECP there as well, and anything that you would like us as an industry because you have seen it throughout the bigger picture view of everything. that if we do will benefit us, and maybe the things that we were able to achieve in a decade or so, we can do that quickly. So thank you, Amir Saab.
I think, as I said, I mean, we recently brought out a paper on the capital increase, and by and large that has been well received, but I was hearing in the previous panel that there were concerns around it. Now on one end we have low retention levels, and obviously that is because of the capacity that goes to the question of capacity, and capacity then goes on to equity base that you have. And now, as you know, if you look at the Solvency II regime, or if you look at more advanced things that are happening, I think that those are critical areas where definitely from a capital and resilience point of view, it is very, very critical for the regulator. I think the second thing which is very important is adherence to the international standards. And there I think IFRS 7, where I think industry by and large is doing a commendable job. And I think the timeline for that is December 25, I think, to conclude it by. And then by December 26, I think it is the RBS switchover. So I think those things are very important. One of the other things I think is important is, and this is a global issue, globally regulators are very sensitive to, globally the regulators are very, very sensitive to privacy, and so if you look at the European Privacy Act, or if you look at the recent act that came out of the California Privacy Act dealing with insurers, so these are areas which are again very, very important. One thing which I personally feel is in a country like Pakistan is that going back to my first point about resilience and sustainability, I think the boards have to play a more active role in leading some of the initiatives that the regulator has been sharing, especially some of the more control-oriented corners or facets of the 5-year strategic Insured Pakistan plan. So there's a role. I think also the CRO role is very critical, and we need to have that. And then apart from that, I would just say open data collaboration with each other, and really digitalization across board. It is not a choice. If we do not start in earnest on that, I as a regulator, if I wear my regulatory cap, I know that this industry would not go anywhere until and unless we see major investment in terms of the senior management's time, the board time, the CEO ownership towards these areas.
Thank you, Amir Saab. It was a very, very insightful discussion. I'm sure our audience have gained a lot out of it. Just to summarize few very quick points that we discussed in the chat. The opportunities are immense. There is a lot that we can do. I would again emphasize, and I always believe in that you will not get a regulator like this. And I'm not saying this because we are speaking here, but it's throughout. Who's ready to listen, who's willing to show their support in all the new things that the industry want to achieve. The collaboration element, again, we discussed a lot throughout. Amir Saab again laid emphasis on that. It is very important. We have players who we can collaborate with and who we can take this initiative to the next step. Technology will play a very important role. Thinking from the eyes of the customer, generating an ideal customer experience. And again, it is not a 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year job. It's a transformation that will happen. It is a journey that we all need to lead together. So I'll open the floor for 1-2 questions. I'm sure Amir Saab is here. No one would like to miss that moment. So if anyone has any questions for Amir Saab, please, if you can raise your hand, and our ushers will come to you with the mic. It seems like everything is covered, or it seems like that. You don't have any question for Amir Saab. So I have a hand raised. Sipten, can
Thank you, Nilufar. Amisa, you've been obviously a regulator. हम यही बात कर रहे थे कि नीलूफर ने जो अभी बात की है कि regulators ने जो काम किया पिछले 3-4 साल में या 5 साल में, I've not seen it happening. Lot of new initiatives. तो मेरा सवाल ये था, आपने अभी कहा कि आप 15 दिन में रिटायर हो रहे, तो एक्सटेंशन की कोई गुंजाइश है?
नहीं, मेरा नहीं ख्याल जी. I think I would like to go back to my old profession. It pays better and there is much less heartburn in it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think there are no further questions. Thank you once again. Amir Saab, it was a pleasure having you in this chat. We learnt a lot, like always. We'll really, truly miss you. Or I'll second Safan, agar koi gunjaish hai, to please apna lein. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to Nilufar and Mr. Amir. Mr. Amir, I would request you to please stay on stage. I would like to request Mr. Fahad Sajid to come on stage on behalf of the chairman of Pakistan FinTech Network, Mr. Nadeem Hussain, to present a memento of appreciation to Mr. Amir. I would like to take a moment to appreciate our amazing sponsors and partners: Jubilee Life Insurance, Euronet, WADA, EFU General and EFU Life, TPL Insurance, Habib Insurance, Telecom, WebDoc, IGI Life Vitality, Easy Pesa, Huawei, Sunshine